All right. All right. Um, Someone asked the magic question. What are we playing today? Wait a minute. Where? There we go. There we go. This is what we're playing today. But we'll get to that. Hi, everyone. Uh, it's been a while, or it's been. That's not the sentence. It's it's been tough. It's been tough. Um, I've placed a red banner at the bottom to indicate that I might say something relevant to my physical anatomical condition. I'm not planning on going into great detail for what should be obvious reasons, but um, um, fucking, I don't know. If I didn't know better, uh, if I didn't know better, I'd almost say that somebody fucking cut me open and shoved some tools inside of me and rummaged around for a while. Um, but that, that's, that's silly. Um, uh, nobody. I don't know. I don't have jokes. I got nothing. Um, anyway, I wouldn't say I'm high key furry. Uh, Jeremy Blake is high key furry. I'm not high key furry. You can go through all my main channel videos, and I don't think you'd find uh, any suggestions. It just hasn't seemed relevant. Um, but it's not hard to find out. I will give you that. Um, anyway, uh, well, Soba, you don't need to be doing that, but I guess you damn are. So whatever. I guess this ain't a discussion, I suppose. Anyway, oh, a parking ticket. Cool. That's what I wanted to find on my desk. I paid it. Don't worry. Nobody worry. I paid it. That one's paid. Jam was. That's a really funny idea. That's a really funny idea. Okay, so all right. Again, I'm gonna be real careful about. I'm not gonna sit here and talk about surgery. But there's a few things that I don't think are too unreasonable to bring up. One of them is the fact that and I think at this point this is in no way a secret. I think probably most people who have encountered the surgical arts in any way are aware of this shift. Oh, the damn chat is disabled, isn't it? Thank you. But they don't they don't really stitch you up anymore. They glue you, and like it's been this way for a while. So I've just got these big ol' I got a lot of glue. Yeah. And it's literally just cyanoacrylate. So, in other words, they fixed the ZX Spectrum by gluing the plastic back together. It's locked in. It's unavoidable. This can't be. There's no way to. There's no way around it. This is how you would fix Clive. So there's nothing I can do about it. It's locked in. Um, yeah. So exactly. Yeah. Stitches were not great. There were a lot of problems with them. Oh, I'm very sorry about that. Coughing sucks more for me than you, though. Trust me. Um, Boy, coughing is my current menace. That's the thing. Is hello, Bort. Hello, hi, thank you. That's the thing. Let me just say, when you think of cyanoacrylate, aka super glue, generally speaking, you're thinking of like something kind of rigid, but this stuff isn't. It's been modified in some way to make it like flexible. Um, and uh, yeah, exactly. As Jam was saying, it's not the same stuff. It's different. It's different. Like we say, oh, it's just super glue, but it's not. It's just like anything else. Anything else in industry where you say, oh, it's just this or just that. No, it's a different thing. um, they modified the molecule structure somehow. Yeah, just exactly. Anyway, so yeah, you don't want to just super glue yourself, and the stuff that they use is like fuck, I don't know, 3, 4, 6 cyanoacrylate or some shit. It's there's numbers and stuff, but it's basically super glue, and good lord, is this stuff effective? Like, they don't they don't tell you like, okay, now don't go near it, and they don't tell you, okay, now don't get solvents on it or anything like that, right? It just it's just there, and it's not really bothering me. Can't feel it, and it'll just come off on its own. And I looked this up because I was trying to get the brand name of this Dermabond. I was trying to get the brand name of the stuff to describe it to somebody, and I found a factoid on the website for the manufacturer that states that they have much better results than sutures in sternal closures for heart surgery. And I'm just like, yeah, no, sure. You know what? That's fine, actually. I'm going to go in. I'm going to have a triple bypass done. And when they're done, they're just going to glue me shut. They're just going to put a big bead of hot glue down the center of my chest and send me packing. Sure. You know what? Honestly, whatever. Just, I don't even care anymore. You know what? Nobody's awake over there. Nobody gives a shit. I'm not special. Just glue me shut. I don't care. No, it's fucking hilarious, honestly. It's fucking hilarious that we've reached this point in our technological... Because this is post Star Trek, right? In Star Trek, it's like, oh, we use the laser to, we use the magic tool to make you heal very quickly, right? But no, this is just, we put a big old gob of hot glue on it. There's somebody standing there with like the DeWalt hot glue gun, the one that looks like Crisis and it's got the yellow trim, and they're just heating it up, and it gets better because Yonkers continues to create special liquids. There's another one that's out now. The new fluids are out. Actually, the new goops, gels, and oozes are out. There's another one where apparently if you like get in a car accident and like part of your arm is missing, they come out and they just hit you with the caulking gun. Like I'm not really joking. They've got this thing now. It's made out of algae, and it looks like it. It looks like fucking liquid nails. It looks like construction adhesive, and the paramedic just, all right, let's plug this one up. And they do it, and apparently it stops bleeding like a motherfucker. It's just a miracle substance. It's called, I think it's Trauma Gel, which is, again, so fucking funny. New goop. Yeah, it's called Trauma Gel, because we live in the cyberpunk future, That's what they called it. And it makes you wonder, like, does it just come out on its own? Or do they well, let's not think about that. Anyway, but yeah, this is some shit. This is some shit that you would get in like Bullfrog's Syndicate for the personal computer Amiga or Sega Genesis. Like this is the future shit where it's just like, oh, you're injured, no problem. The only, because you're standing, you seem upset, but the only problem here is that there's a hole in you, and we have stuff that fills holes. The guy just gets out the caulking gun, chuck, slaps a fucking tube in it, shoves the ramrod forward, like, all right, let's do this thing. Yeah, beats the shit out of a tourniquet. I mean, who's complaining, right? It's fast, too. And so it's like, okay, let's think about this. Let's think about, like, what the scenario here is. You OD on heroin and fall through a plate glass window. The medics show up and they're just like, oh, no problem. We've got gels. They super glue all your minor cuts closed. They use the caulking gun on like the huge gash in your arm. Then they hit you with Narcan. And you just wake up and you're like, well, son of a bitch, I'm only about 2% from where I started. I feel like shit. But like all these gels, goops, and oozes have pretty much brought me back to fighting Trib. You can just get up and walk away at that point, you know? So the number of goops, oozes, and gels that we've equipped our paramedics with at this point, um, exactly. Cave Johnson would be proud. This really is some Portal shit. It's fucking hilarious that you just the paramedic just selects these items from his inventory, you know? Well, Sadmac, theory for you. Maybe you'd want to leave them under and administer the Narcan last so that they're not struggling. Just an idea. I mean, I genuinely, I have no idea what the right call there is. I don't know what the the order of operations really ought to be. But yeah, orange juice. That's I think that's the stuff I'm talking about. That's trauma gel, right? As far as I know. Yeah, exactly. How long till you construct a whole new person from goop? Right, exactly. The paramedics roll up there. It's like, well, this one's fucked, and they carefully scoop your brain out. They 3D print a new body and drop your dumb ass into it. No, it's real good. It's real good. Anyway, it's fucking hilarious, right? It's fucking hilarious that we live in the slime future. I didn't think this was going to happen. Yeah, I just gotta pick the right goop. Just gotta, getting sued for malpractice because you used the wrong goop. Hey, it's happened. Um, but yeah, like my favorite part about this is very much just the species affirming treatment here. It's like great, I'm glued together. This is not the first time this has happened to Clive. You know, this is probably the third time this week this has happened to Clive. Actually, oh man. Uh, yeah, I think trauma gel is only approved here, like as a like it's not actually fully approved yet. It's in like this weird in between spot. Um, Thank you, Real Relic. I appreciate it. Super Soaker Goop Gun. Yes, there was. Also, in terms of goop guns, I remember a long time ago, there was this product that I don't think was fiction. I believe this was real. It was the idea was, God, did I hear this in a podcast? Because now that I say it in my head, it sounds like a joke that it could be used this way. Um, fuck it. I'm gonna Google this. Yeah, okay. No, I don't know if this ever truly happened, but I swear to God, there was this prototype product that this company was trying to make that was going to be a gun that's loaded up with like a proper gun that's loaded up with epoxy, and you would fire this gun and the epoxy would fly through the air and then polymerize in midair and form a fucking bridge um, that you could use temporarily in an emergency. And I swear to fucking God, this actually was a thing that somebody was trying to make. Um, like it's shown up in all kinds of fiction, but if you think about it, it does scan that this could happen because, like, if you have you ever used super glue with zip kicker? Like, that stuff is fast. Okay, that's real fucking fast. Um, and oh, cool. Um, so I can actually imagine that if you were able to get the viscosity correct, you could get the stuff to cross-link in midair. And I think the biggest problem is just it seems hard to imagine you wouldn't get voids, right? That's the biggest problem, is getting a contiguous stream, which well, it happens to a lot of men. Anyway, so the point is, I'm doing all right. Obviously, let me tell you a little bit about what it's like recovering from this. Again, there's no blood or guts involved in this story. Um, it's fascinating. It's fascinating because you think of like, oh, okay, they're going to work on my belly. So obviously, the belly moves when you do anything. So coming out of this, I'm going to be like in traction for 4 days minimum. Because if I move anything, I'm gonna tear stitches because there are some stitches, inside. I'm gonna tear stitches, or it's gonna dislodge the. Oh, that's the other thing. God, going back to the Clive topic, right? Here, hang on a second. Let me just get a picture. So for anybody who isn't aware, I had a hernia, which is very weird to think. So this is very weird to think about because I just said had past tense. I had gotten very used to the idea of having a hernia. I only found out about it a couple of months ago. I've actually had it for over 10 years. It was discovered back in 2015 on a CT, but nobody told me, or if they did, like they didn't. They, doctors, they'll just be like, "Oh, you've got this problem," and then they'll just keep talking, and if you don't know to make them dwell on it, then they'll just not give you any details. So yeah, I have a CT report from 2015 that says that I had a hernia. Um, and the thing is, like, I do sort of get it because these are not emergent, and it may at the time not have made sense to do surgery on this particular grape because it, sure, it sucks, but surgery also sucks. It was also 10, years ago. Um, and maybe the meta in the industry was different. I don't know. Um, so just I'm a little mad about it. Okay, I'm a little mad about it, but at the same time, like whatever, it's water under the bridge. So I've had this thing for a long time, and my general, theory, my feeling about it is that probably for most people, it really wouldn't have been necessary to repair this on the time frame. There are people who walk around with hernias for 20 years. My mother says that her mother had one for 50 and never got it fixed. Um, and I've spoken to other people who had them for 3 years, 4 years before they get them treated. This really generally is not an emergent thing. Once in a while, you can get a strangulated intestine, which is obviously very bad, but it's incredibly rare in practice. I think I asked my doctor, and he was like, "It's like 1 in 1,000 people." And even then, like one of the people on my Patreon said they did get one, and it still didn't actually, like, they caught it after like 6 hours, and they were fine. So this is just like, this is a thing you can live with, and a lot of people do live with it for a very long time for a mix of different reasons. But in this case, I was able to get it, like I just suddenly had a bulge on my belly, like 2 months ago. Just all of a sudden, I was like, "Huh, what's this?" And then one day I was at the store, like maybe a couple weeks later, I was at the store and I hit it, like I punched it by accident when trying to pull on a box, and it hurt like a son of a bitch. So I went to the hospital because I thought maybe I'd busted an abscess or something like that. And they're like, "Nope, that's a hernia. Just about the most hernia I've ever seen, as far as like, just basic, obvious, presentation." So I'm like, "Oh, okay, shit, that makes sense." And then I talked to, I see. I talked to my doctor, and she found the reference in the CT, and I'm like, "Okay, well, I guess that all makes sense." But, um, but I think that for an enormous number of people, like, this really would not particularly have mattered. But I think that in my particular case, that I've been having like gastrointestinal issues. I will not go into detail, for the last several years, actually technically more than 10. And they've been getting more and more frequent. And I think that it's because the hernia was getting bigger. And even though, like, my guts were not actually falling out, as it turns out, I think they were just upset by all the weird nerve impulses that were coming from it. And so they've just been sort of freaking out and spasming and doing strange things. And so, um, I wanted to get it fixed immediately because I think that this may bring an end to a lot of really unpleasant, um, mild but unpleasant medical issues I've been having for a long time. So when they said they had a um, when they said that they had a real quick, a calendar opening, I was just like, yeah, fuck it, we ball, let's go. And um, but as a result, the thing is, like, once I discovered that I had it, yeah, I see it. Okay. Sorry, folks, give me just a moment. If the TV is on, it's going to throw it off, but I don't
There's
think
no
that
other
TV
place in this
produces.
house or in this room that won't also have that
I'm
problem.
inclined to agree. I might find another place for it later.
Okay, it can't be on an outside wall. It
Right.
can't be near a vent.
Yeah, and it can't be over this, and
And it
etc.
has to actually be in the room
Yeah,
and pointed to where it can sense.
we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. All right, that's probably as good as anywhere. Thank you. Daria is installing some additional temperature sensors for the thermostat. Anyway, so I decided to go for the quick fix option. But anyway, uh, in the interim though, like, I was pretty worried about damaging it again because it hurt like a motherfucker. Um, when uh, when I uh, when I hit it, and I managed to hit it again like a couple weeks later. So I knew this was just going to keep on going, and so I had gotten really used to having this thing. I gotten really used to like protecting my belly and not laying on my side and not letting myself run into things, or hold things against my stomach. And it's only been 2 months. And now that doesn't apply anymore. I mean, once I heal up, like, I won't need to do any of those things anymore. But I'm just like completely adapted to it. It's like, dog loses a leg, they just like forget that they had a leg, right? They're just like, no, I always had three. What are you talking about? I think all animals are like that to some extent because I'm just like fully adapted to this already. Um, and so it's really weird because I'm like looking around going, oh, as I approach this thing I need to do, um, uh, I need to pick up this box. Oop, can't hold it against my back. Oh, right. I still can't do that right now, but in like 2 weeks I'll be able to. It just feels really strange because I had just fully accepted this as part, like, the new normal, right? Just bought, proprioception up, little Fallout 4 message appears in the upper right corner, just says proprioception map updated, right? Um, and the other weird thing, this was damned odd. The whole way that they handle you when you have a minor surgical problem like this is like, you don't get sat down like if you had cancer or something and given this like step by step, here's what we're going to do, this is what's going to happen next, you're going to have a hard time here. Nobody gives you like the beginning to end, the bookends of the whole process. They treat it like what's going on because it's so routine to them. And I'm not saying this is like super callous, because if I was anyone other than me, this wouldn't bother me at all. For me, I take everything way too seriously. But for most people, they would just be like, okay, I had this issue. They're not going to sit around, I'm a hypochondriac and just like anxious. So most people are not going to sit around going like, oh, well, what if this happens? What if this happens? What if this happens? If the doctor doesn't tell them to be scared, then they're just not going to be scared. And so I think the way they handle this is probably fairly reasonable, but all the same, it very much is like, you walk into the garage and you tell the guy that, you point at your belly and you're like, yeah, oil's low. And he's like, yeah, no problem. Leave the keys. And you're just standing there like, but I don't know anything about car. So like, is that it? Is that my only responsibility? Right? Yeah. And so, it's like super fucking straightforward. Like, they bang these things out, just bam, bam, bam. And I said this to the surgeon because I had a consult with the surgeon. I said to him, like, my understanding is you pretty much do these things like you're ordering pizza. And he's like, he freezes for a moment and goes, it's not quite that, but they're fairly routine. And I know he couldn't, for liability reasons, admit that, yeah, they just do these things like they're ordering fucking pizza. So I know this, and I have known this for a very long time, that like this is a procedure that we have under control. But and there's certain, like, it was like the appendectomy that I got a couple of years ago, which I think was caused, by the way, I think the appendicitis was caused by the GI issues caused by the hernia. Perfect ball in space. No cool tech whatsoever. Jesus Lord, this was so low tech. He almost got to use the robot, and I heard, like he said when we were scheduling, he's like, I heard him get excited. He's like, you might get to use the robot. He said get. I swear to God, he said get. This guy was excited at the opportunity to use the Da Vinci. But he's like, it's probably not. It's probably gonna be scheduling issues, and he did not end up getting to use it. But he really wanted to. But like they don't do open surgery anymore. Like that's a thing of the past. Unless you are so far down the road that there's like further complications that have already happened. No, they don't cut you open. That's not a thing anymore. And so again, I'm trying my best not to get too detailed here because I don't want to freak anybody out. I know this is pretty gross stuff. But just very basically, like I'm sure everybody knows at this point that like they don't just come in with the fucking cleaver and go like, all right, like a cantaloupe, here we go. That's like a 70s thing. That's fucking over. Everything that they can possibly do. Oh good Lord, endoscopically, what's the term? Laparoscopic. Thank you very much. Everything is laparoscopic, unless they have to put in or remove something that's bigger than the endoscope. Unless they need to make a big enough hole to get a heart out, that sort of thing. Like they just do everything lap, and it's just so minimally invasive. Sorry, hang on a second. Hearing voices. Oh, sorry. Anyway, um, well, anyway, so you go in and they basically like, I was exaggerating a little bit earlier. The surgeon did give me a basic outline of what was going to happen. It wasn't just like completely fucking uh, uh, yeah, but it was very casual, and so it's like they did to some extent try to prep me, but then there were just there's still just moments where they're like, yeah, so we're gonna need you to do this and do that, where you're just going like, wait a minute, but I like, is that a thing that we're doing? You're just assuming that I know that that's a thing that we're doing. And so the first example of this was after the surgeon finished like with the console, he leaves me with his assistant, and his assistant's like doing the scheduling stuff and just sort of mumbling to himself, and he goes, oh yeah, you'll need these. And he hands me these two great big um, orange plastic packages. And he's like, yeah, so these are disinfectant wipes. They're chlorhexidine wipes. And the night before your surgery, I want you to take a shower. Then when you dry off, wipe yourself down with these. And then in the morning, when you get up, do it again. And I'm standing here. And this is, okay, so again, I'm trying my best not to get too detailed here, but I've had heart surgery. It was a non-open. They went in through a vein in my leg, and snaked a catheter up to my heart to repair a electrical defect. I was awake for it. It was pretty fucking cool. That was neat as shit. Somebody asked earlier, did I see any cool tech? Buddy, haha, oh boy. I got to watch them do this live on a fucking, I can't remember the name, but the live x-ray. I got to watch on a fucking like black and white Hewlett-Packard 4x3 monitor as they stuck these things into my heart and probed around in there. It was cool as shit. I was flying on morphine, so it didn't scare me. I was also like listening to Freeze Pop on my Creative Zen jukebox, which should give you a date for when this happened. Anyway, yeah, no, like it was Wolf Parkinson White. It's really not a big deal. You can live with it. It's not really terribly scary. But yeah, it was cool as hell, and I I had to be conscious for it because if you're put under, they won't be able to stimulate the electrical response they need because your body like chemicals get too depressed, mood, and so but they dope you up. They gave me the good shit. It was like morphine and Ativan, I think, which if you're not inured to it, if if you're not numb to it from doing it too much or anything, then that is a pretty potent cocktail. You will not be worrying about anything. And like I was just laying there like chuckling. Like literally I was just like, wow, that's my heart. Holy shit. So that was cool, right? But then there was a moment that broke through the fog. When they finished, they pulled the catheter out, which fortunately I couldn't feel because there's no nerves in the place in question. And the nurse puts this gauze pad on my leg, and then she leans down to my ear, puts my fingers on the gauze pad, and says, "Hey, hold this. Do not let go." And I'm laying there in the fucking opiate haze, and I'm like, if I let go, I'm gonna exsanguinate onto this operating table because there's like a half-inch hole in my fucking thigh. And that probably isn't true. I don't think they would have given me that responsibility, but like, hey, I didn't know, right? So she sounded really intense about it, but I'm sure they were, they're not going to do that with somebody who's doped up, right? So I'm sure it would have just been a few drops, but still, it was a wild experience. And anyway, so sort of the same thing here. They gave me these chlorhexidine wipes, and I'm like, all right, if these are important, then does that mean I can fuck this up? Like, what if I don't wipe enough and there's like some MRSA on there? Like, what if one of my cats, like gets up on me in the middle of the night, I don't know, and leaves a paw print, like what are the risk factors here? And I know the reality here is that if it mattered, and this is something I've had to tell myself over and over, if this was really that important, they would have brought me into the hospital a day early, prepped me there, and held me there for 6 or 8 hours. If the circumstances were that grim, they aren't. The reality is that, they want to bring a 1% chance down to a 0.1% chance, or, even less of a gap, right? So this is just a good to have. Because they can send me home with this powerful antiseptic, and because this stuff keeps working for like 6 hours, why the fuck not? It's like $12, right? So why not lower the chances even more? But they really don't need to do it. And the thing I always remind myself of is, what if I did have a crash hernia repair? What if I did, have an emergency because the thing got strangulated and I had to go in, they had to fix it right then and there. They're not going to have 6 hours to disinfect me. They're just going to like, okay, let's get this boy into the room. Let's fucking go, boys. And they're just going to splash some betadine on there and go for it, right? That was the shocking thing for me. I woke up, but I'm not orange. I thought I'd be betadined up to hell and back, but no, like, it's wild. They must have just used the chlorhexidine. That's a new one on me. But anyway, so these 2 orange pads have been laying on... I'm sorry, Mario. I'll try to get less explicit. I've been trying to keep it. It's difficult. This is what's going on with me right now, so I understand if you got to leave. That's why I put the big red banner up. These 2 big orange pads have been laying on a shelf in my room for the last 2 months, and every day I come in and I look at them, and it's just so intimidating because I'm like, I'm going to rip those open one day, and then it'll be happening. And oh boy, it's just fucked up to think about. And now they're gone. I used them and threw them away, and it's like, this had become normal to me. This had become part of my life, that every day I'm going to get up and there's going to be these 2 big pads, in the pack, and I'm going to look at them and I'm going to think, that's the bug out kit for the when the bombs fall sort of feeling. And AD, I'm going to answer that in a moment because I have several things to say about that. Anyway, the point is that, though, that like, this really is something where I didn't have any real responsibilities here. This was a nice to have thing, but not, if I hadn't done it at all, because that's the thing you have to remember. Most people are dipshits, or at least they're incredibly bad at following instructions, and or just, utterly resistant to authority, no matter how sensible it is. And so you have to assume that if a doctor is giving you an instruction, that means that it doesn't that thing is unnecessary. Because if it was necessary, they would do it themselves because they know you're not going to. So if I needed to be sprayed down with fucking antiseptic, then they would have done it themselves. They would have brought me into the hospital early, charged me extra for the service, and put me in, special clothes in a clean room if it was that important, right? It's not. In the fact that they let me do this means that it's a % chance they're just trying to avoid. Because if it were anything bigger, they would not have left it up to me. Likewise, when you're recovering from this procedure, they don't give you any instructions. There's no advice. I was given a 3-page document, of which 2 of it amounts to, please don't get addicted to opiates. And, the remainder of that document is things like, don't do any weightlifting. Don't jog. Don't fuck. I shit you not. There's a schedule on there that says when I can fuck again. And it's like much sooner than you think. It's like 3 or 4 weeks or something. But like, they give you these very specific things you cannot do. But like, beyond that, there's no suggestions. There's no like general purpose, like, try to do this, try to do that. So there is not a single word in the documentation they gave me, or anything the surgeon told me, or any instructions the surgeon gave my girlfriend about staying in bed or sitting down. Nothing in there about that. They did not tell me not to leave the house. They did not tell me, there are no dietary restrictions whatsoever, which, I get it, but it still seems weird, right? And, they just get the, you're here, like, so I read my surgical report, right? Because they upload this shit to the websites now. So I just read my surgical report, and I found out that when the surgeon was finishing up, he had to make a couple little extra incisions in order to put in some stitches, and he used a local anesthetic. And I'm like, but I was under. Why? And then I'm like, oh, right. Because I'll bet there's no timestamps, unfortunately, which is really a shame. I had hoped to get a time frame, but I know the surgery was not very long. These things are so routine. And if he hadn't given me that local, I was probably awake 20, 30 minutes later, because moderate anesthesia, you come out of it super fast. They bring you down quick and they bring you up quick. And so I would have been laying in bed moaning because he just made these little cuts in me like 25 minutes earlier, right? So he had to put the local on there. And that's just nuts to think about. And then I woke up and like, I remember like my first memory, them going, yep, your girlfriend's bringing the car around. And I'm like, Jesus Christ. It's like getting your tires changed. They didn't keep me for 10 minutes. The moment I was conscious, as far as I know, they called her and were like, all right, get the van. Get the fuck out of here. And here's the thing. On the one hand, you could look at that from the perspective of, well, the modern system wants to move the meat, right? They want to get you in, get you out so they can get more patients through, money, et cetera, et cetera. But the other angle, which I think a lot of doctors and nurses would agree with, even if it is a complicated subject where there's some truth to that, I think a lot of doctors and nurses would agree that you don't want to stay in the hospital. It's a terrible place to be if you're sick. And it's an even worse place to be if you're mostly healthy. Because if you stay there, you're going to get sick. Like, hospitals are disgusting places. They're full of sick people. And you're not going to have a relaxing time. You're not going to be safe from secondary infection. Hospitals are covered in MRSA. And you don't want to stay there. You really don't. And so I think that it used to be that they kept you there because they just didn't know what would happen if they sent you home. But as the incidence of hospital-acquired infections got higher and higher and higher over the years, or perhaps more accurately, they became aware of exactly how bad those incidents were. I think that they started sending people home sooner and sooner and finding out that the outcomes were better or the same. At worst, they were the same. And so now they're like, okay, well, if we don't have a reason to keep you, and we've done 250 of these procedures this week, we have enough data to say that, out of 235 of those are not going to have complications. And if you do, it happens on a time frame slow enough that we can bring you back if need be. So, well, that seals it. There's no reason to keep you here. And so, if they're keeping you, if they're keeping you in the hospital, that means that, like, you just had major surgery. You just had something big happen, because they wouldn't do it if they didn't have to, right? So they seem to have enough information on this shit now that they know that they don't need to keep you. And so again, we go back to the earlier logic, right? They sent me home with no instructions, and they know that if they had sent me with instructions, I wouldn't have followed them. I mean, I would have, but most people wouldn't. And so what that means is, if it were possible to, like, bust my stitches by jogging, they would have kept me in the hospital. If it were possible to bust my stitches by, getting up out of bed, no matter how much it hurts, and it hurt, believe me. If it were possible to do any serious damage, they wouldn't have let me go. They wouldn't have bothered with instructions. They would have simply not let me go. The fact that they let me go means that in 95 to 98% of cases, people just do whatever they feel like. I would guess that like 3 out of 10 patients right now would be out mowing their fucking lawn. And to be frank, I can see it, because, like, hey, if you're not pushing the mower, it's really not that much effort. But the point is, other than the pain, I don't really think there's anything I can do to hurt myself here. So it's weird, it's unsettling, and the reason it's so unsettling is because they don't tell you any of this, because that's its own kind of liability, right? They can't tell you, oh, you pretty much can't hurt yourself, because then you're going to go be a real shithead, right? Then you're going to be out doing fucking weightlifting and running on a treadmill. With that said, I just, to confirm, I did some Googling, and I looked up, like, home hernia care, post-op hernia care instructions from various different specialty clinics. They're even more, they're even more generous than my guy was. They're like, there's one of them that's like, yeah, the day after, if you can get on the treadmill or a stationary bike, that's a good idea. And I'm like, are you fucking me? It would be agony. You'd be vomiting. But, like, I guess you can't hurt yourself, so if it doesn't hurt, apparently it's safe. Yeah, fuck it. Let's do some kickflips, boys. Let's go. So it's crazy. The reason I'm telling this whole story is, firstly, because I want everybody to know that I'm okay. This is not that big a deal. But secondly, because I know there's some people out there who are going to go through, stuff like this themselves, and you really do feel like you're sort of, out there by yourself. This is the way that it is, right? This is just the way that it is. Particularly with the hernia operations, you think that they really scrambled you up inside, but they didn't. The procedure is, like, so minimalist. They're doing so little that you think, like, oh, I've been cut up inside, but you really haven't. They've done so very little to you that most of the pain, most of what they've done consists of a few, external incisions that don't really matter all that much. And as far as I can tell, based on the instructions they gave me, all of the things they say to watch for and call them if they happen are all related to infection. So obviously, if you're immunocompromised, that's a different story. Obviously, if you just get unlucky, obviously, if maybe your house is just filthy, just like in ways you don't realize, something. You get poop splatters from the toilet. I don't know. Then maybe you could get very unlucky. But, like, it seems to me that that's the only thing they're looking for. And I was told by my doctor the incidence of infection is very low anyway. So, like, they already tell you this is routine, but it appears to just be, like, shockingly routine, like more so than you'd possibly think. Now, AD did ask if I got the mesh. Yes, I got the mesh. For anybody who doesn't know, and again, I apologize if this is disturbing to think about, but basically, the way they fix hernias is they put a drywall patch on you. I tend to think of it as a fiberglass patch, but it's the same concept. They get up inside. It's polypropylene. It's a plastic mesh. They stick a mesh patch over it, and then they stitch it in place. That's it. And then your body grows new tissue over that and repairs the hole. Because if they don't do that right, then they would have to stitch the edges of the thing together and pull them together, and that's no, yeah, you don't want to do that. So yeah, it's a Bondo repair, and I'm so yeah. As far as I understand, this gets integrated into you. It's there forever. Um, Now, somebody else told me it's supposed to dissolve, but I personally think they misunderstood. I believe it's just plain polypropylene and it stays in there forever. Now, I don't want to get too deep into this, partly because I don't have that much information about it, and partly because there are some complications associated with this that some people will bring up. However, that's true for anything. And I have spoken to several people. Thank you, Robin. I really appreciate that. And yes, I have the gift of gab. That's why I ended up doing this. So I don't know if I can feel the mesh in there. It's too early to tell. And what I will say is that in the vast majority of cases, you cannot feel it. You never notice that it's there. There are some people who get unlucky in that regard. Now, I've spoken to a lot of people about this. Nobody has mentioned that problem except for one person who unfortunately got a bad batch of mesh, which is just going to happen once in a while. They had it taken out and replaced. It sucked, but it can be done. And another person who said maybe like once a year I'll bend over in a particular way and I'll get this like twingy feeling in there that's just really unpleasant. And then like 15 minutes later, it's gone. I don't think about it for the rest of the year. Now, this is one of those things where you think to yourself like, oh God, I don't want that. I don't want the possibility of that. But what you have to think about is that if you're in this situation, you are choosing between, two unpleasant options. You have one which could be unpleasant. In most cases, it isn't. But you could get unlucky and you could get the unpleasant option, and then you're just aware of it. If you're incredibly unlucky, there are people who have pain from it indefinitely, but that is super rare. And anybody who talks about that is an exception, and that doesn't mean it doesn't happen. But would you rather have the risk of pain, or would you rather potentially strangulate your intestines and lose them? Right? It's the the reality of medical treatment, right? This is not an elective procedure. Well, I mean it is, but not really. It's not like plastic surgery. You're not getting this done for aesthetic purposes, right? You're getting this done because you're worried about dying, or because you're worried about, yeah. So, you have options, but an enormous number of people opt to have this taken care of proactively. Most of them not as quickly as I did. And what I have heard from an awful lot of people already is that they wish they had done it sooner. A lot of people on my Patreon comments, on my YouTube comments, and in person. I've spoken to a number of people in person who have told me that they really wish they'd been able to take care of it sooner, because their life was basically on hold for months or years, and then they got this done, and since then they have never thought about it again. So, like any surgical procedure, it's terrifying to think about, pulling the trigger on it if you don't have to, right? But you have to think about, what does have mean? It's a quality of life thing, right? It's a quality of life thing. And there are a lot of other surgical procedures that also have this trade-off where you could hurt. You could hurt forever, in fact. But even if you do, you probably aren't going to die. And you'll know that pain is not going to kill you. And that might be preferable. I certainly have pains that I'm just used to, right? That have nothing to do with, they're just the way that I am. So, you know, that's how the rationale worked for me. And I will also tell you, I've spoken to one person who had 5 procedures done, and he's in his 60s, I believe. He has had 5 procedures done, and of them, 2 of them were repeats because they screwed up, right? So he had 3 different hernias, and one of them he had to have repaired 3 different times. Now, on the one hand, that's terrifying because you're like, holy shit, um, what if that happens to me, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And you know what? There's a chance of infection. It could kill you. The surgery could kill you. Any surgery could kill you. Getting a fucking paper cut could kill you. You could get MRSA in a paper cut, right? Um, so, not to get too reductive with it, but the point is that here's an example of a person who had one of the worst outcomes I've ever heard of. I haven't heard anything worse than his. He's up and talking, joking, and working. And so, you look at it and you're like, oh my God, this is a terrifying thing. But then you go, wait a minute. If this is as bad as it gets, chronic pain is a bitch. It's a motherfucker, but chronic pain means you're still alive. And so, if the biggest risk that you're really looking at realistically is chronic pain, I think I would have taken that as a guarantee. I think if they had said, we can fix this, you will know for a fact that you are able to do everything you want to do without hurting yourself, and you will never get a strangulated intestine at the cost of it hurting all the time. I might have said yes. So that's my take on it. It's a lot of obviously, as you can tell, I have a lot of thoughts on this. But it seems like a lot of people applied the same logic that I did. And sorry, there's one other thing I should point out. The one person I've spoken to who says they can feel their mesh once in a while, that person also had the biggest hernia I've ever heard of. It was like 4 inches in diameter. They had to use the largest mesh that they make to fix it. In my case, mine was like the size of my thumb. Well, actually, I had 2 of them. It's like one was the size of my thumb, one was the size of my pinky. So, if you're that person and you've got the 4-inch hernia, then maybe, maybe you, oh, sorry. Maybe you'll end up in that situation, but most people don't seem to end up in that situation. So that's the news from Lake Wobegon. Yes, I know about Garrison Keillor. It's just, anyway. It just, theoretically, it's not that big a deal. Yeah, the mesh is used to patch up the abdominal wall. So there's a tear in the abdominal wall, so they put the mesh over that. Anyway, God, I've got such a fucking sinus headache. I've had really bad sinus headaches for the last few months, on and off, but it keeps shifting around. Ugh. I should probably at some point stop talking about this. I've pretty much said my piece on it. Anybody who's curious can go back in the VOD and listen to my last 1-hour diatribe. But what I will tell you is that as far as recovery, this really doesn't feel any different than my appendectomy did. And the appendectomy was such a minor thing in comparison. Like they basically they didn't touch anything that had like nerves, right? And so I'm on pretty much the same recovery track where like day 1, I did not want to get out of bed. Holy shit, it hurt. Day 2, I was able to get out of bed and do a few things. Didn't like it, but I did. Day 3, I left the house. I went out and did some errands. Yeah, the appendectomy is also laparoscopic. It's they just put a little tiny hole in you. And so for the last 2 days, I've been at about the same like pain level. And yeah, my whole belly feels like it's just, knotted up, but I felt the same way about the appendectomy. So that makes me think that probably in about 2 days, maybe 3. I'm probably not going to be able to feel this at all, and I expect after that I won't notice that it's there ever again. So things going really well as things go. I was able to start taking care of myself and showering on my own and cooking on my own by day 3. So that's exactly how this process is supposed to go. So I'm not too worried. There's always the possibility that maybe this maybe it'll never stop feeling the way it does right now. But there's other given that I'm following the standard expected trajectory so far, I have no reason to think that'll happen. So I don't intend to have fun with Linux because this isn't Linux. This is Xenix. Anyway, I couldn't think of any games I wanted to play. Well, I mean, I actually sort of did, but I figured I would. I figured I would try to do something other than just talk on this stream because one of the biggest problems with having surgery I've discovered now that I've been through the ringer twice is you get bored to tears. You just like day 2, day 3. The first couple days you're concerned with survival, and then day 2, day 3 you're just like, oh, holy Lord, I want to do things. But I can't lift heavy computers. A lot of people have asked, did you get the hernia from lifting heavy computers? No, because I've had it since before I had my channel, and I didn't have that many heavy computers back then. But sorry. Certainly I can't do it right now, so I've just been bored to tears. So I thought I would just do something. I didn't feel like playing digging through Amiga games or anything like that. I'm not trying to make things worse. Oh, pardon me, I'm sorry. So this is one of the more interesting things I've discovered in the last few weeks. So let's just let's shift gears and talk about this thing. So first off, let me get you a picture here. So I need to explain what the fuck I'm doing here because otherwise it's not going to make any sense. All right, so some people might be aware of what this object is. Some won't. This is a TRS-80 Model 3, also known as the Trash 80. Koi Fishy, I have not looked into those yet. I will at some point, but truth be told, I want a real Amiga. I would like really if I'm not going to use an emulator, I'm just going to use the Mister. I have a Mister, and the Mister works like a hot damn. That thing works fucking great. So that's actually my recommendation, is to get a Mister, because it's 1,000 times easier than dealing with any sort of anything that acts like a real machine. So Mister, if I'm going to use not a real Amiga. Emulator if I'm really not feeling like torturing myself. And if I was going to use an actual Amiga, I would want to get like a 1200. But holy fucking shit, it's so hard to find a 1200. If anybody out there has an Amiga 1200 or a 500, honestly, that you'd like to get rid of, please shoot me an electronic email. And we'll discuss things because it's called an Amiga 1200 because they're $1,200 fucking dollars. But I would like to own one. Be nice. Anyway, so this is a TRS-80. This is one of the first home computers that was ever really sold. Not this actual model. This is the Model 3. The Model 1 came out in 1977, along with the Apple II and the Commodore PET. And compared to the others, the TRS-80 was sort of the worst in a few different ways, but it was extremely popular for a number of reasons. And I do have a 4000 watt video toaster, but I hate it for a number of reasons. I would really like to have one of the keyboard wedge ones. So I don't like the PC style chassis. Thank you, Alexandru. I'll get better. Don't worry. So the TRS-80 is a, oh God, it's a Z80, right? Right? Let me just make sure. I think it's a Z80. Yeah. Yeah, so it's a Zilog Z80 at 1.7 megahertz, and it came originally with like 4 kilobytes of memory, like really, really not very much. Um, and they mostly ran TRS DOS if you were using. Um, they mostly ran this thing called TRS DOS, and or just BASIC. And much like the other bitty boxes of the era, they were pretty much just basic machines as far as most people were concerned. So you'd write your own programs for them, or you would type in programs out of like magazines. And that's generally speaking, that's how most people experience the TRS-80. However, what I learned recently is that, so okay, Tandy / Radio Shack really fucked this up because they, once they made the TRS-80 and it was very successful, they decided like, oh well, we want to leverage that. We want to make we want to make the most of that success and name recognition. So what do? They start naming things after the TRS-80 that aren't at all related. One example was, like probably the worst example, is the TRS-80 color computer. I believe that the Coco 1, 2, and 3 are like largely different machines, or even if they're similar to each other, they're completely different from the original TRS-80. There's no relationship at all. I think they're 6502s. I don't even think there's the 80s, but they're completely different machines. They also, God, I think, didn't they make TRS-80 branded PCs or something like that? There we go. Sorry, 6809. My bad. They put the name on fucking everything and just confused the shit out of the market. Steve, yes, exactly. Too fucking expensive. And as it turns out, Amiga 3000 is short for Amiga $3,000 because that's how much those cost too. I actually have an Amiga 3000 here right now, but it's not even mine because I can't possibly afford to keep it. Anyway, so the device we have on the screen right now, this is a TRS-80 Model 3. This is the third one that came out. And it's slightly upgraded over the base model. It's got the built-in floppy drives and a built-in keyboard. Not a very good form factor, TBH. But then, let me just add another browser source here. Somewhere in there, they made this. And this is called the TRS-80 Model 2. Right, so that's the Model 3, and this is the Model 2. Okay? That's the Model 2, that's the Model 3. Yeah, these are two completely incompatible computers. These have nothing to do with each other. The Model 2, I think it was still originally, it was originally Z80 based, but instead of 4K, it came with a minimum of 32K. It was a 4 megahertz processor instead of 1.7, and it cost the equivalent of $15,000 for the base model. And the reason for that is that this thing was actually intended as a business machine. The TRS-80 was originally a home computer. The whole point of it was, sorry, one moment. Soba, come here. Soba, come here. Stop yelling and come here. Soba is upstairs screaming at Daria's bedroom door because she won't open it. And I really wish she would stop. No, that's not a flat panel. What that actually is, it's a really confusing picture, but I believe that has an anti-glare cover over the actual CRT. So here, let me show you. Grab another picture here, maybe a bit more representative. There we go. Yeah, so as you can see, it's like largely the same like industrial design, a lot of the same components, but just a vastly different machine, completely different machine. Mario, if you've got a 1200, even if it's in shit condition, I'd be interested in trying to repair one because it'd be worth it. Like I can't even go to eBay and buy one for parts. No one's selling one at this point. So anything you got, shoot me an email. I'd be interested. So here's where shit starts getting wild because originally this thing came with a Z80 that was faster than the original, but then they made an add-on for it which gives it a fucking Motorola 68000. It makes it a goddamn like 16 32-bit machine. Like what? And I think that when you add that, it becomes, quote, the Model 16. And that came out quite a bit later. That was 1982, apparently. And yes, exactly. The Z80 and the 68000 run simultaneously. Once you boot it up in 68000 mode, the Z80 continues operating as an I/O processor. So very interesting device intrinsically. And that 68000 gives it the ability, it can blast process because this is running Xenix, which is an actual full-fat Unix. In this case, I'm running a late version from 1987. And in a sense, it's a quick start machine, yeah. And this is the real thing. So we're going to go ahead and boot it up here. I'm running this in an emulator here, and this is one of the most interesting emulators in the entire emulator world because it consists of exactly this file here, trs80gp.exe, and nothing else. And let me just show you, if we just fire this up on its own, I don't know if you can hear this, but it's doing the fake floppy noises. So this is the TRS-80 Model 3 emulation. And if we just go in here to File, Change Model, it emulates all of these out of a single executable. And these are not the same computer. So this is really like 16 different emulators. It's more like 8. It's like 8 different emulators that are all just compiled into the same like 4 megabyte exe. Yeah, it's 5 megs. This contains ROMs, I believe. It's got and all the code and everything for all of these. And again, like these are vastly different machines. So if I switch over to like the color computer, this is a completely different machine. This is 6809 based, and it's got like fucking joystick emulation and a cassette drive, and it's got cartridge support and all this other shit. This is utterly and completely unrelated to this other machine, but it's all just packed in there. Let me see. Is this version of Zaxxon? I don't think this version of Zaxxon is for the Coco. I think it's actually for the base machine, but let's I just have to remind myself how this. Oh, actually, oh Lord, I'm doing this wrong. This is not how you do this. Is it fucking load? Oh, I'm sorry. No, that'd be what I might be thinking of the wrong platform here. I might be thinking like C64 or something. Oh shit, did I do it? Loam. And then yeah, okay. There we go. Outstanding. Yeah, so oh shit, what are my controls? I was not prepared for this. What are my controls? Keyboard, joystick. Okay, that's enabled. And then uh-oh. Oh boy. Is it QWOP? What are the controls here? Well, okay, whatever. I mean, you can see this is Zaxxon. Zaxxon, whatever. Also, it implements the artifacting, NTSC artifacting, so you can turn that on and off, and you can swap it to invert the colors, which is always necessary for emulation. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, right. That's those controls. What else? Anything else I wanted to point out about this? Well, I mean, just in general, as you can see, this is quite a complete emulator. All right, look at all the stuff we've got in here. There's just hundreds of commands, like all kinds of shit. Complete, debugger, disassembler, the whole 9 yards. Okay, and built-in documentation. So it's a fantastic emulator, but then it's also 8 of them, right? So really interesting Really interesting emulator to begin with. The plan for the rest of the stream is we're gonna do Xenix shit most likely. And sorry. As far as what Local H just said, guess what? Fine. You know what? Local H, you broke me. I'm gonna do it. We're gonna emulate something else real quick, or not emulate. We're going to shit. I'm short an IEC cable. Give me a moment. How am I gonna do this? I have an Amiga 3000 sitting right here that has the exact malaise that you're talking about, and it is not difficult to fire this up. So if you'll all give me a minute, you forced my hand here. You put me in a corner. You just had to bring up. All right, where's my where the hell is my USB-C cable? What can I use for this? Because I don't want to unplug the damned camera. Let me just stand up and grab this bastard. Plug that in. Sorry, I don't have any live camera feed, but I'm quite shirtless at the moment, and I don't look great. Let me tell you. I realize for a lot of people there's going to be no context for what I'm about to do, but I don't care. Sorry. Nothing can be done about it. It's locked in. It's finished. All right, let's see. So that goes in there, and then what is this? That's composite. Where is my VGA cable? Okay, you go over there, and then what? Down there, right? Yeah, here we go. Okay. Plug in the damn Extron converter. Okay. And then, now it can't be the case that I don't have any more IEC cables. That's illegal. So, let me look around. Let me cast about myself. Surely I have a spare IEC cable. Or I don't, and my name's not Shirley, but... Oh, what's that? Oh, is that one? Ooh, it sure looks like one. Oh, I found you, you little bastard. They love to hide. All right, let's see. Oh. Oh yeah, Clive is gonna have some problems. You'll have to forgive him. He's not doing very well. He's just been glued back together, okay? It's so fucking funny to me that they glued me back together. It's really goddamn funny. All right. Okay, let me turn my LCD on here. Okay. And then I need to switch over to studio mode here for a moment. Okay, video capture device. Ah, yes, that's our boy. Hello. Pardon the burp. All right. Oh, that's the output from my Extron scaler. Okay. All right. So for those of you who don't know, I'm about to fire up my Amiga 3000. Well, it's not mine, but anyway. I'm about to fire up an Amiga 3000, which is sitting on my desk here, okay? Boop, 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 boop. Come on, bud. There we go. All right. Now, something very interesting just happened there, which some people will recognize. Others will not. And I do realize that this is not in a 4:3 ass ratio. Let's fix that. Hello, Udon. Don't cause problems. There we go. All right. So, as you can see, I was using this to set up a video toaster. This machine came into the RE PC with a video toaster in it, but the hard drive shit the bed, and so I offered to take it home and fix it back up so they could sell it, and also so I could capture some footage off of it. I'll show you a little bit of that. In case you didn't see my Patreon post about this, I am planning on finally doing a video about the video toaster. So I had to do a tremendous amount of research for that. Oh, I'm sorry about the flickering. You might want to look away if you have problems with flickering. I'll let you know when it's done. I always forget that it does this. Yeah, I actually recently read the first few months of Sabrina Online. All of the Amiga jokes are much. They hit so much harder than they used to because, like, Eric Schwartz, for whatever problems he had, did apparently have a realistic understanding of just how dorky the person hanging on to the Amiga in 1999 was. Sorry for anybody who was. Anyway, so yeah, the Pegasus motherboard one is so good because they're just like, so it runs Linux, right? No, it can run lots of operating systems. Beat. Yeah, it runs Linux. Anyway, so this is the video toaster software. It's not aligned on the screen, right? But whatever. And you'll get to see a lot more of this once I do a video. But I'll be writing a lot of like theoretical stuff about it. But yeah, this is what it looks like on the Amiga 3000 when you do effects, and it doesn't look like this on the Amiga 4000. So I actually had to borrow this in order to get this footage so I could demonstrate the stuff that I was trying to demonstrate. So it's very convenient that it came in when it did. Technically, I could do the same thing with the 2000, but I would have to. I have access to one, but it's really unreliable. And so I didn't want to waste my time with that. Plus, I had a reason to borrow this one anyway. So anyway, this is not relevant to the thing I wanted to show you, but I just wanted to illustrate that like this is what I was doing with the thing. So you'll see more of this when I do the video. Let's quit this game. Okay. All right. Let me do an auto image on here and see if. That's a little tiny bit better. Okay. So this is the Amiga Workbench, and what we're running here is Workbench version, well, they don't call it this, but it's Workbench version 2.1. Or sorry, 2.0, 2.04. And oh, yeah, the capture's like looking pretty decent, right? Well, the reason it looks decent is because this is an Amiga 3000, which has a built-in flicker fixer. It's got a scan doubler built in. Oh, Clive is back. Hello. It's got a built-in scan doubler, so I'm just getting raw VGA off of it. I did figure out how to do very nice, clean captures off of the native, 3.0. I have to take issue with you. This shouldn't be 3.0. I didn't put 3.0 on here. That should be impossible. Wait, but that's just 1991. Hang on. Like, I literally, like, did not... What the fuck? Wait, huh? How do I have Workbench 3? What the hell? That shouldn't be possible. I installed this from the 2.04 install disks. What the fuck? What the fuck? How do I have 3.0? I installed this myself. What? God, did the toaster upgrade it? God, did the toaster upgrade it? No, that can't be it. What the fuck? Yeah, I installed from a set of disks labeled Workbench 2.04 Rev 37.67, and this isn't that. Whoa! Everybody's saying blame the toaster, and, you know, I'm in a position where that might be the right call. Hang on a second. I wasn't prepared for this. Okay, hang on a second. We're gonna get back to the actual situation here in a moment. We got to investigate this. This is fucking wild. What the hell has happened here? Okay, let me fire up WinUAE. Sorry for anybody who's not an Amiga person. This is probably totally incomprehensible, but okay, I'm looking at the version. Holy shit. Yeah, I'm looking at the disk image that I installed before I dubbed it out to the SCSI to SD, or sorry, to the Zulu SCSI to use in the Amiga, and sure as shit, it fucking upgraded it. Whoa, who does that? Okay, well, that's good to know. Huh. Wow. Anyway, okay, so let's talk Amiga a little bit. Let's talk about one incomprehensible 68,000 based machine before we go talk about another incomprehensible 68,000 based machine. So no, Local H, I don't agree with that. The Toaster 4.0 software was designed to run on the 2000, 3000, or 4000. The manual straight up says it'll work on all of them, so this is really weird. Anyway, so let's go back to why this is so relevant. I'm actually going to, let me see if I can fire up HD tool here. Oh yeah, okay, this should work. SCSI.device. Normal. Ooh, I love that hang. Oh, that hang's real good. Yeah, I'm excited about that. What does that mean for our intrepid hero? Oh, cool. Fuck yeah. Disks are disappearing off the desktop. This is what we want to see. Probably just hosed my Amiga. Please hold. Please hold. My Zulu SCSI is just sitting there with the light on solid. Oh, this bodes so fucking well. Yeah, I won't argue with that, Local H. I get what you're saying. It's weird that they would make assumptions to that degree when, well, whatever. Wow, I can't believe this is taking so long. This has not happened before. I've had lots of problems with the Zulu, but this has not happened before. I'm sure it will all be fine. Nah, it's not fucked yet. It's not fucked until it gurus. So we're just gonna chill here. We're chilling. Dragon Slayer, that's an interesting question. I wonder if I were to reboot, because I checked that after I ran the software, right? So if I were to reboot and then check it, I wonder if we'd get a lower number. We should do that. Second SCSI device. It's never done this before. Oh no, yeah, the hard drive just fell off the SCSI bus. Oh, and you know what? I wonder if that's because of the thing that I said. I wonder if that's because it was running the Workbench 3 software. So let's fire it back up. Shouldn't be termination issues. Again, this was working perfectly up until now. Someone just said mic is unplugged, but that is not true. Oh, unless, no? Yeah, mic seems fine to me. Hey, you know what? This isn't working. What? Did my Zulu SCSI just fall over? Okay, let's give it a moment. Power back on. I have occasionally had issues with this thing not booting, and then you power it off and power it back on. No, a toasterfied Amiga always boots up straight to the Amiga desktop, and then you have to run a program to actually toasterfy it. So that's not They were never able to do a whole lot about that, though they could have. They never did. Wow, this is fucking amazing. The Amiga just shit the bed and exploded. Like, I'm getting blinks on the status light, but it shouldn't be like this. So this is really great because this machine was supposed to get sold, and now it really can't be. Oh, wait a minute. You know what? What I'm not doing here is I'm not... Oh, wait a minute. Did the fucking power supply cable fall out? Unfortunately, the... Let's see. What is this powering? What is this powering? It's the monitor, right? And then what's that powering? I'm a little low on plugs, so I've had to play musical outlets. And I think maybe that the Zulu, the USB power supply is running the Zulu may have lost power, so it's trying to run off term power, and the Amiga term power doesn't actually supply enough. Yep, I think that was it. Yeah, the Amiga PSU is not reliable. All right, so that was probably the issue all along, but since we're here, nope, 3929. Yeah, so it permanently upgraded it. That's fucking hilarious. All right, let's go in and fire up HD Tool. This will probably just zip through it this time. It's not zipping, folks. It's not zipping. So, believe it or not... Oh, nope, there we go. That's much better. That's much better. Okay, so if we look at the partition table here, you'll notice we have a partition here called WB underscore 2.x. And we have another one called WB underscore 1.3. And we have another one called work. Now, if we look at the desktop, because I know you followed all that. If we look at the desktop, okay, so this is a RAM disk. This is that work partition. These are just shortcuts. This is a floppy disk that's physically in the drive to keep the drive from clicking. This is a CD-ROM, and then this is the Workbench 2.0 partition. You will notice the Workbench 1.3 partition is not present. Off. I'm now holding both mouse buttons. Oh, what the fuck is all this noise? Let's select Kickstart 1.3. Now what the fuck is going on? All right, now we're at the desktop. Here's that work folder. But, I mean, the CD-ROMs aren't here because I don't have the drive loaded, but, notice that we have the System 1.3 partition, but we can't see the System 2.0 partition. Okay, so here's what's going on here. This Amiga, this is the Model 3000, and they were shipped incomplete. When Commodore rushed these to market, they had not finished the firmware. So at the time, the current firmware, at the time this was initially developed, was called Kickstart 1.3. I don't know. I've never heard of an earlier Kickstart. I only ever hear 1.3. That's what was on the original Amiga 500. That's what shipped on the 1000. That's what shipped on the the early 3000s, and I think something else. But for a long time, this was the meta for the platform. Then they upgraded to Kickstart 2.0 and to Workbench 2.0, and it brought a big visual overhaul and a lot of new capabilities. It's basically the switchover point where Amiga goes from like basically Windows 3 to Windows 95 almost. Well, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, I figured they didn't literally ship with 1.3, but they did ship with 1.x. Okay, so there was a 1.0. I wondered what it shipped on. So 1.x was the standard firmware, because Kickstart basically means like BIOS firmware, whatever you want to call it. And it provides a lot of the like low, it's sort of like the Macintosh toolbox. It provides a lot of the low level like windowing shit and whatnot. So even if you don't have the real operating system, which is called Workbench, even if you don't have that loaded, you still get a windowing system. You saw that earlier when we were booting up and it said real-time clock not found. That was actually coming from the BIOS, basically. And that's sort of like the phase of a Macintosh, like a classic Mac boot up sequence where you're seeing the Happy Mac and like the extension icons and whatnot, but you're not actually in the OS yet. All that shit is coming from the firmware. It's coming from the. You missed a lot in between. You should catch the VOD later. So, yeah, 2.04 will not boot on this because I actually did try that at one point. So anyway, generally speaking, and this is not a hard and fast thing from what I understand, but generally speaking, when you're running, if you're running 1.x Workbench, you want to be running 1.x Kickstart and vice versa for 2.x and 3.x. So when people upgrade their major Workbench revisions, they seem to usually upgrade their Kickstart at the same time, though I'm not sure exactly how necessary that is. In any case, though, it's typically done. But at the time that the Amiga 3000 came out, they had not yet developed the Kickstart 2.0. But they were well on their way to, and they weren't initially going to call it Kickstart 2.0. They were going to call it 1.4. And then at some point in the development, they decided it was such a major upgrade that they decided to change the major version number. But they hadn't done that yet. So this version comes with what is commonly referred to as firmware version 1.4. But on its own, it can't do shit. So if I get this computer, out of the box, and I don't plug in a hard drive and I turn it on, it can't boot any operating system. Like I can put either Workbench disk in and it will not boot it. From what I understand, there is no way to do it at all. Instead, you have to, much like with the original Amiga 1000, which did not have its firmware in ROM entirely, you had to boot part of the firmware from floppy disk, then boot the operating system from a separate disk. This one is much the same. Pardon me. So out of the box, in order to get this machine to function, you have to give it either the rest of 1.3 or the rest of 2.x. And I know there's something here about how you can supposedly get it to boot, but like you're not supposed to. Like this is not a finished product. This is not supposed to be used like this. Commodore rushed it. It's broken and half-ass, and later on they just put normal ROMs in it, and none of this shit applies. So anyway, CompGeek, yes, it does. The 3000 I'm sorry, if there's a floppy in the drive, then it doesn't step. But if you don't have a floppy in the drive, it just sits there running the fucking drive. It's so irritating. Anyway, I may have misunderstood some component of this, but the point is that these things come from the factory set up for dual boot. And the way they do this is really convoluted. So if we pick this and then hold down the mouse buttons again. So I've just asked it to boot the Kickstart 2.0, and then I've asked it for the boot menu. So this is the actual partition table on the drive. There are, in fact, 3 partitions. One with Workbench 2, one with Workbench 1.3, and one with that's just generic. And the way this works is whichever one we pick to boot from, the firmware hides the other one. So if we boot up from the 2.x partition, it'll hide the 1.3 for some fucking reason. I don't know. I don't really know what the purpose of this is. I guess maybe so that software that like scans your drives looking for your Workbench folder won't get confused. Maybe because it seems, I don't know. But that's how they did it. So when we're in this mode, it acts as if this is the only OS on the machine. And that's why we have this work partition, because this one is visible to both versions of the software. So this is like a beer and parties. This is exactly like a beer and parties thing. Yeah, it's just what a way to do it. What a way to do it. And it's so confusing that most people who try to explain it on the internet do a really bad job. The Workbench UI is in fact supposed to be that stretched. This is what it looks like on real hardware. So This all became irrelevant once they got the 2.0 firmware done. They just started shipping it with those ROMs. But this one is just so early that you've got to play this game. And so I searched for several hours online, and I could not find anything that concisely explained how to do it. Every single guide would like start out trying to give you instructions, and then the person writing it was so steeped in like Commodore forum bullshit brain. Sorry, I don't mean that as derogatorily as it sounds. It's just like, I think people get so used to doing this stuff that they just don't realize that some people don't know how fucking any of this works. And so, here's the thing that confused the shit out of me for quite some time. Let me show you something. Let's go back into HD Toolbox. Very fast computer here. 60 to 30, I think. Ba-dum, 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 bum. Yeah, watch it crash the machine again. I actually think that's what's going to happen. You know what? It doesn't fucking matter. The point is, I showed you earlier that the partitions are called WB13 and WB20. But you'll notice that this disk icon on the desktop is not called WB20. Yeah, so partitions have hardware level names. Sort of like on Linux, you've got /dev/whatever, right? And so the hardware level name and the volume name are not the same thing. So once you create the partition, you have to name it WB2_X so the firmware can find it to boot from. But having done that, you then have to format that partition. And once you do, it has no name. And you have to give it one. And that name can be whatever you want. So I called it System 2.0. But I could have called it, Beans. And it would still work. Yes, exactly. Yep, partition labels versus volume names. Same sort of concept. And it honestly is a neat idea. This is obviously not working, so I'm going to turn it off. It's a neat idea. It has its advantages. But the point is just that right, yes, that's the other thing. They're equivalent. From the user perspective, I could drop into a shell and type cd WB_2.x, and that would work. Or I could type cd system 2.0, and that would also work. So it's not really a problem that these aren't synced. That's not really an issue. In practical terms, you'll never have a problem because of it. You just have to understand how it works in order to set the machine up in the first place. And yeah, exactly. The ability to assign folders as virtual devices is also just fantastic. So there's a lot of neat stuff there, but if you don't know how to do it, you will never figure it out. So I wrote a web page on my website that explains how to do this, and I am proud of being the only website where you can actually figure out how this shit works. I need to run to the bathroom, so I'm going to put you on the break screen. certainly won't go into detail on this one, but anyone who's recovered from surgery knows there's a period of adjustment, guts wise. Anyway, so back in the stage of history here, the fucking Amiga. I will tell you that I've lost 40 pounds over the last year, and much of it recent. But that was sort of on purpose to some extent. Anyway, so this guy's me. This is Clive. It says so right. Well, my arms aren't working here, but right next to me. Or are you referring to me in general? Because I'm Cathode Ray Dude. I'm popular on the internet. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, so going back to this nonsense though. So for some reason in 1980, well, actually, I think 82. I want to say 82. Radio Shack got the idea they should put a 68,000 processor in something that said CRS-80 on it. Doesn't make any sense, but that's what they did. And the end result was a machine that was like actually really practical for business use. It was like really goddamn useful. And so I've got this emulator here. The emulator will emulate it. So we're going to fire this up. So I've got a virtual hard drive image here. This thing did have a hard drive. I don't think you can run Unix of any flavor from floppy. As many of you may know, Xenix was Microsoft's licensed Unix. They developed it for many years. I think starting in like 80, 81, something like that. It's pretty early. And they had a massive install base. Like it came out for the PC. It came out for a number of platforms, I think. And it worked really well. It was a perfectly cromulent Unix, and it more or less transformed into SCO Unix, which I would just like to take a moment and mention that this wasn't intended for single users, Rarby. The whole point was multi-user systems. This supported that. I have no idea why it's called Xenix. I have no idea. And it can't run Xenix Doom because there's no frame buffer. This is a text-only machine. But Xenix had a huge install base, and it eventually transformed into SCO Unix. And I only found out recently, I feel embarrassed not to have known this, but the whole business with SCO being a terrible company is completely misrepresented by the fact that Caldera, who were a bunch of ghouls, bought SCO after they died, zombified their brand, and then used it to wreak terror and havoc. In reality, from all reports, the real SCO group, the actual people who were developing SCO Unix, did great work, and generally, I want to say I read that their CEO was a real piece of shit, but like nobody cared about that at the time. The hatred that developed around the name SCO all happened because of not their real business practices, but this awful company Caldera that just leveraged their brand to do a tremendous amount of damage and to try to destroy Linux, which is ironic because they were selling Linux, and they're just horrible people. And but so if you ever encounter like SCO Unixware, or any of the other SCO products that were released in the 80s and 90s, they're good. Like they're good Unix, Brent. And the company itself didn't suck. They just they went out of business for a whole mix of reasons having to do with mismanagement and the CEO being a horrible piece of shit. But the product was good. But this, as I understand it, if I remember correctly, I believe that this was being specifically developed by Microsoft, then licensed to Tandy, and then Tandy customized it for the TRS-80 Model 2. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and Control D to proceed with normal startup. Right? And the thing that's really, of course, there's no real-time clock on this machine. I think you could add one, but this doesn't have it. There we go. And the thing that's interesting about this is it's like remarkably approachable for what it is. You think like, oh, Unix from 1987, let alone earlier, that's gonna be tough. That's gonna be tough to use, right? But in reality, it's actually not that bad. For instance, if you want to install software, you type install, and then you get this nice little menu-driven system. Okay, and once we put a disk in, so we just go in and we pick a disk. I actually do have some games, and I have some games. I don't remember if they install this way. Let's find out. Bad Superblock. Wait, did I fuck something up here? Strong bad. Your Superblock needs words. What? Hang on a second. Bad Superblock. Hang on a second. Let me flip over to something that I know is actually appropriate to this. Did I download the wrong batch of games discs? I don't think so. Yeah, okay, that works. Thank you for buying your first Radio Shack package. And I guess maybe I hadn't installed this one, and this was the other thing I wanted to show you. So this is a really interesting piece of software. I personally think so. Anyway. Let's get that floppy noise. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yes. There legitimately are some games for this. Okay. All right. So that's it. That's how you install a program. Now, of course, you have to know where that program went, and that's a little more complicated. But you are supposed to have a manual, right? So, if I remember correctly, oops, I think it ends up in here. Sorry, bear with me. I don't think I went to the right program. Is it ADM? I last did this a few weeks ago. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely a little intimidating compared to, a normal ass computer, normal ass user, a user-oriented operating system. But I didn't have that much trouble figuring stuff out. I don't think it's first time. Nope. Give me a minute and I'll remember how the hell this worked. MDX, include, bin, backup. Oh, you know what? Maybe here. It is very Unixy, isn't it? It's just Unixy as fuck. The first time I did this, I just jumped in here and immediately found the program, so. Didn't I write a little explanation of how this worked? No, arrow keys work, but they're... oh, that's right. Yeah, they don't... Line editing doesn't really work. Oh, God. I'll figure this out. I should have prepped this. Wait, games? Whoa. Oh, hey, now hang on. I do have games. I thought I had games. Kavak does. Yeah. Motherfucking Battleship. I will do A8, actually. Down. I'm just going to follow this thing's instructions. Oh, that just puts them side by side. It's really funny. B2, right. So, where do you want to shoot? Oh, okay. Okay. I thought this was a two-player game. We're playing against the computer. Wait a minute. So, shoot it. Oh, okay. The computer is speaking to me. Okay, he hit my patrol boat? Is that what the P is? I don't remember. Well, anyway, I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. One thing I'll point out is this is a really fast battleship. Like, there's no reason for it to be slow, but a lot of other implementations would just waste a lot of time on messages. You know what I mean? Wait a minute. Where's this guy's ships? Uh. Oh, there we go. Jesus. Took long enough. Of course, it's a little late for me. Okay, I sunk something. What is the probability here? Okay. I have never sucked this bad at Battleship in my life. Is the computer cheating? Oh, there we go. Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. I just got very unlucky. I suppose I got to take that. Well, anyway, want to be humiliated again? Root. So yeah, there's a game. But let's get spicier. Oh, come on. Oh, wait, really? Wait, no, I had that working. Right? Killed? What do you mean killed? Huh. But that was the thing I was going to demonstrate. The computer is not working as well as it was before. We do have adventure. Would you like instructions? No. Yeah. So you were obviously a rank amateur. That's true. This emulator is called TRS-80GP. And it emulates everything TRS-80. Pardon the cough. I really want to play NetHack, and I swear it was working. Oops. Oh my God. I'd like you all to give a warm welcome to your MC, Bob Illuminati. Wow, this is so strong. What the hell do we have here? Yeah, TJB Chris has the Model 16. Like, I don't think they made more than like 30,000 of these things, and they're all in the garbage. Nobody took them home. So the number on the open market or in collections is minuscule. I would love to have one, but like, it's not happening. I'm never going to get one. I'm never going to see one. So it's just, yeah, no. So I got to admit, like, I would guess that these are probably sort of like generic Unix games that were available in a lot of places, but it's fun. Yeah, the wheel spins, right? Now, I don't know how this compares to the real thing, but I would be kind of surprised if it weren't cycle accurate, just because it feels like the guy who made this, it's one guy, by the way, and it's not open source, I should point out. It feels like the guy who made this was pretty intent on a very authentic experience. So I also really like that I'm not playing. This is good. I mean, I get why, but still. Oh, yeah. No, this is definitely meant for terminals. This is way post-teletype. I mean, by 82, there were still teletypes around, don't get me wrong, but nobody would have been hooking one up to a little tiny computer like this. Like an actual TTY would be bigger than the physical Model 16. Like, nobody was going to do that. And in fact, Tandy sold their own terminals, like the DT1, specifically the DT1. So you know, oh, it's finally my turn. Okay. Uh, I spun on the first round, so I wonder if I missed the turn and didn't notice. I don't remember if there's Zork. I don't think so, because Zork was commercial, right? Right? Okay, it's on 150. Oh, whoops, wait. No S's. Okay. What was that prompt there for? Well, yeah, this seems like a fairly cromulent Wheel of Fortune, for what it is. So that's pretty cool. Okay, cool. Yeah, that works. So yeah, there's no Zork, I don't think, but there is Hunt the Wampus. Move or shoot. Give list of rooms. Oops. I fell into a pit. Yeah, that's good enough. I've never played Hunt the Wampus before. Okay. Let's see. What else? Accumulated knowledge? Yes. 25 words of knowledge. XO. XOO. Wait, is it dumb? I won. I won. 26 words returned. I don't know what a number of these are. Welcome to Warp. Warp News. Oh, okay. We got ourselves a Star Trek. What are we doing here? Maybe I should have asked for instructions, actually. Oh, fortunately, F1 works. What do you got there?
I think she's distracting the snake, so.
Oh, okay. I've received a Soba. You did not better your previous score. Let's go back and run that again. And let's ask for instructions. Okay, real-time space war game. The enemies will keep playing even when you sit still. Things that blow up can damage other things around them. Yeah, Comp Geek, I agree. Linux is fascinating because it's less presumptive about like the quality of your hardware than like classic Unisys are, and your reflex is to think otherwise. Think it would be otherwise, but no. Like, these things were made by companies that were willing to go, no, we built it for this computer. We know what this computer can do. So of course you'll have this, you'll have that. Anyway, all right. I don't care about any of that. How do I play? Here we go. Enterprise. Wow. And of course they just say Enterprise because what were they worried about? Klingon, Romulan, etc. Gorns. Okay, so E is the Enterprise. All right, what are our controls? There we go. 4286. So it does use the number pad. All right, so it's numpad controls. You will note that the letters are the same as rogue directions, and the numbers are for use with a keypad. Delightful. Okay, so move the Enterprise over the base. When shifted, they fire photon torpedoes. When you use control, they fire phasers. Okay. When preceded by an A, an attractor beam is fired. When preceded by an R, a repulsor beam is fired. Holy shit. Okay, let me take a screenshot. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Suspend the game on a BSD system. Yeah, so you know what? I think you probably would. So, you know what? Let's just about that. Printer output. Yes, I don't know. I don't know that there was a dedicated print screen button, but if there was, or if I knew how to get to it, here, let's see. Hang on a second. Let me just check the documentation real quick, because I actually think that there is a way to do this. Okay. No, it really is supposed to be It should be print screen. That's odd. Well, I am connected over RDP. Maybe that's the problem. Oh, or maybe I don't have the printer configured. Not sure. Not sure. Anyway. Holy shit. Good Lord, that was so much text. All right. Now, the other thing I'd like to point out is that, oh, there we go. Okay, the Enterprise is moving now. Shields are up. I see the base over there. There's some Klingons there. Oh, it's a wraparound universe. Okay, so torps work. Did I run out of torpedoes? I think I might have. I'm glad you're having a good time, VCR Plus. I really appreciate it. I was really having a difficult time doing nothing. Do you wish to escape from reality? Yes. What do you want, Soba? What are you screaming about? Oh, I see. You can't get on your chair because there's items there. I have no idea what's wrong with NetHack, so I don't have the faintest idea how to get it working. Give me a second. Soba, come get on this chair. Come here, honey. Come on, up. You need to stop bothering Daria. Come on. Oh, I can tell you're not getting up, and I can't lift you because you're over 10 pounds. My doctor says not to do that. Come on, honey. Come on. I know you know about up. I've seen you go up. No, that's down. You've gone even more down than usual. Honey, she has too much energy is the problem. All right, well, we'll just... robots. Only individuals may play robot. Oh, wow. Wow. Wait, really? Wait, really? But I thought there was... Huh. Oh, she's on the chair. See, now that you're up here, Soba, I can pet you because I can reach you. Okay. Possible file size error. All right. Who knows? Maybe this will work. I doubt it, to be honest. Oh, what are you doing there, honey? What are you doing? Oh, hey, don't bite me. Don't bite me. I'll throw you into the sun. I'll send you to the Shadow Realm. Hey, no bite. No scratch. That's not how this works. Somebody has too many energy. Yeah, no, it's user add user. The old ways never change. Why is NetHack not running? Oops. Oh, right. It's, whoa. Is this machine hosed? Well, no, this is working. Now, what do I have for a basic interpreter? Because I don't... Yeah, I didn't think so. I don't... Whoa. Oh, right. I typed head. I don't think that I, non-ASCII file. Wait, what? That shouldn't be a non-ASCII. Oh. Oh, it's probably a bytecode. The last character to die is Beeble. Login, Patrick. What do we have here? Oh, we got ourselves a game about role-playing? Fighter, because I'm dumb. Character, a name. Ass. Password. Now I'm good. Ass is in Rohan. Hello. Do we have... God, is is this a mud? Oh God, I wonder if this is a mud. Yes, it is. Okay, well, this is a great opportunity. This is a great opportunity for us to. The characters are saved on a common. Oh, I see. The characters are saved on a common file in order to make the game interactive between players. So it's not live interactive. That's kind of a bummer. One may move by hitting E, W, N, or S. Lower. Oh, okay. Oh, Jesus. This is a very big file. At no time is the game case dependent. It's not actually a mud, but it's like I would log in. Oh, wait. A player may anytime see who else is playing with a player's option. Oh, and you can talk to other. Okay. All right. Here's what we got to do. We're going to quit. Okay. And now I'm going to show you where shit pops right the fuck off with TRS-80GP. This is the most interesting emulator I've ever seen. I'm going to show you why. Watch this. I'm going to click on Serial, Port A, and then we choose what we want to connect to it. We can loop it back. So if we write stuff to it, it'll just come straight back. We can connect it to a fucking TCP/IP port. And like, I'm not joking. Like, this really works. Me and my friend Landon spun up a copy of this on his machine halfway across the country, and I did a port forward on my firewall, and we linked our machines together, and he was able to our login into mine over Serial. So that's all sick, but also we picked DT1. All right, and this just fired up a second emulator inside of the first one, and this is now plugged into the serial port. So if I come in here and type enable TTY01, we get a login over here, and now we're dual heading this emulator. All right? Y'all thought I was fucking around. Turns out. Told you. All right. So let's park this over here. We're gonna need a user, and yeah, I don't remember the fucking build user command. So let's just go in and build one manually if I can remember my. Oops. Thought I was in Etsy. Let's just build one manually if I can remember how the hell to do this. Go over here. We hit A, and then gamer. Nothing. Let's see. We need to give them a number and a group. We give them a home directory, which is actually in the user folder for some reason. There's no home directory on this era. Okay, and I believe. Wait. There we go. That should do. Okay. All right, and now we just log in as gamer. No. Oh, right. We got to make that directory. User, gamer, chown, gamer, user, gamer. You'll notice this is going just really smoothly. There we go. All right, so now we have two independent sessions out of the same fucking emulator. You've never seen that, right? And we wall. Oh wait, it's not wall. Ah shit. Shit. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now, this only goes one way, so if we want to write back, then we have to do that. There we go. And now we can have a conversation. Control D to end, right? So that all works. Oh, Lord. It was wall once upon a time, but not on this version. It's not capital W, is it? No. Wait. Oh, right. Duh, because I wasn't root. I forgot. Only root can wall. Leave me alone. Anyway, so let's. The hell's the name of this game? This is called. Oh my God! What was the name of the game we were just playing? Fantasia. All right. Yes, I have a character. Ass. Okay. I guess maybe I didn't save them. People. All right, so we'll make a fighter. Yep. Hello. All right, now there is no ruler at this time. Oh, so we're having a bit of a problem because the terminal type is not set correctly. So there we go. Yeah, that can see what's happened here is we've gotten ourselves into a bit of a pickle because I didn't set my term type. Yeah, it's set to ADDS 25. Let me remember. How do we fix this? That's right. There's no reset. But you know, let me just let me see if that smartens it up any. No. Shit. This is something I'm still having some trouble with figuring out. So let me try exporting with. Okay, let me log out. Usually once it gets to this point, it's kind of wedged and it's hard to get it back, but there we go. All right. So if we export term VT100, yeah, the verbiage for export was different at this time. I think you just have to do, wait. Nope. I don't think export existed at this point. Well, anyway, let's just try setting term VT100 and then just running and seeing if it gets any smarter. Nope, afraid not. Okay. Okay, let's log out and back in. I couldn't suss this out in the manual, unfortunately. I wasn't exactly sure. Yeah, so I tried that as well. You couldn't see it, but I did do it. But let's try it again. We're having a great time here on the stream. Yeah, so you can see it actually changed behavior. It's now sending... Oh, but this isn't a VT100, and I guess it must not be VT100 compatible. So let's... Okay. Let's get back in, and then let's go in and take a look at term cap. Yeah, now we're really having a good time. Term cap, even on this version, is not a small file. Okay, so DT100 is the term type we want. So... does that work? No, it does not. See, I think the problem is that it's not. I think the problem is that it's not correctly editing the terminal session. It's clearly following some changes in behavior, but I don't think that it's changing. Like, I don't think that it's correctly updating the. I don't know the terminology. Anyway, so I don't think that there is. So I picked DT100 because I don't think that there is a DT1 entry in here that's just that. I didn't think there was anyway. DT100, DT1 emulating IntelliVideo 910. Let me take a look at the settings here. Oh. That is how it's configured. Oh, I could just switch over to ADDS 25. That's the default config. I didn't realize I could change that. Okay. That should fix it. It didn't fix it. But all the same, this gets us going in a direction. So, whoopsie. That's not what I intended to do. Terminal emulation. Let's put it back on 910, and then we'll try using that TVI 910. Whoops. Oops. Hey, that worked. All right, we'll do an elf. Elf. I got nothing. All right. The terminal windows are different because this window is the native terminal built into the TRS-80 Model 16 hardware, whereas this one is a completely different product. It's a Tandy DT1 terminal. It's connected over serial. So this is literally a terminal emulator. I was on the brink of grabbing TerraTerm and wiring it up over a TCP connection, but we didn't quite get that violent. This is interesting, actually. Hey, wait a minute. Why? Sir? Some reason that I'm not in? Oh, interesting. Oops. Talk. Yes. Okay, so presumably we're not in the same... Oh, yeah, okay. I'm at 1346, and this character is at 80 minus 8. So let's move. Oh, so can we just go straight there? That does not look like it worked. Brains, 55. Virgin, false. Is that true for both of them? Huh. Oh, fair enough. Okay. Why can't I move? Or, well, maybe I just don't understand how this works. Let's do 80 minus 8. Huh. Huh. Oh, boy. Oh, interesting. Actually, the other user doesn't appear to be online. Okay, so maybe this is not actually, maybe I need to do something to get these two connect to each other. Oh, it doesn't look like it. Ah, yeah, only characters above level 0 will be saved. Like, there's the possibility that you're allowed to leave a message, but you just won't actually see that message until you log in again. Oh, yeah, actually, I think that might be the case. One can talk to... Well, but no, because it clearly shows that there's... Put a space between the coordinates. That's fair. I'll try that. Oh, you know what? I wonder if the reason I can't see the other player is just because I'm not a GM. Okay, let's move. Oops. Too far. Oh, okay. All right. God damn it. Oh. Son of a bitch. There we go. Sorry. I hit the call person button. Okay, anyway, gotta log in as the same. Well, let's go ahead and melee. Wow, I just automatically hit them 58 times. Wow. That's very strong. It's very strong. Good work, ass. All right, so let's move. That's too far. Okay, I've been hit with a plague. That doesn't really seem like actionable information, if I'm honest. So what do we do? Do we... Too far. Okay, this is impenetrable, but you get the point. Good work, ass. Let's see if we have anything else. It's immediately... Oh, that was Tic-Tac-Toe. Whoops. There's V-Trek. It's going to be another Trek game. There's just sci-fi. God damn it. I'm getting so ethered over here. California is attacked by gay lunar mechanical devices that want our gasoline stations. Clive is a gay mechanical device, but I don't think he's lunar. I should just point out that, like, we should keep in mind the probability of this just, like, pissing a slur onto the screen is significantly higher than 0. If anything involving, like, the fortune or anything like that, there was a lot of really, truly reprehensible shit in in Unix and Linux at this time. So, like, no joke, you could get some really, really horrifying shit. Holy shit, NetHack! Oh my god, it's going! Hit the little dog, but I don't want to hit the little dog. The little dog misses the kobold. What's going on in this scenario? Are monsters infighting? What kind of things do you want to drop? Nothing. Oh god, there is nothing worse than getting yourself into a... What? Destroyed the kobold. Oh wait, backspace is moving me to the right. Wah. Really quit? No. This, okay, question mark. There we go. Wait. Move the cursor to the monster you want to name. What the fuck? Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh, this is one of the worst layouts for NetHack that I've ever seen. Okay, we take it though. Oh. Thank you, Shadow Mask. I'm actually back at my feet already, more or less. So, making lots of progress here. But I appreciate it. All right, escape to some shell. I don't know which type. I don't give a shit. Name an individual monster, e.g., baptize your dog. Why say it like that, though? Like, nobody made you say it like that. Baptize your dog. It sounds like a Weird Al joke. Like, that sounds like something he would say. In his pursuit of the, like, arbitrarily wacky, you know? All right. Well, anyway, let me find myself on the keyboard here. So, why? Whoa. Wait. Why is K up? What? Why K? Hang on. Why K? Nope, that's gibberish. What? H and L go left and right, but then K and J go up and down? Why? Why? Why would you do that? Jesus. God, was this actually, you know what? Yeah, was this compiled for Dvorak? Let me take a look. No, that's not it either. What the fuck? That's just nuts. Yeah, I really, really hate the Vi keybinds. They are so bad. So yeah, I mean, this sucks, but is this dog our friend? I've never encountered a dog in a roguelike before. I think because I usually play rogue and not NetHack. Is this a NetHack thing? What do we got here? Oh. Elbibububaba. A dead acid blob. What did you just fucking call me? Wow, I do not like this as much as Rogue. Holy shit. I really thought I had a Rogue on here. I think that's some stairs going down. Okay, well, we're dogless now. That was going to happen. God, this is unpleasant to interact with. Well, anyway. Yeah, I picked up the Etau and Shurdlu scroll. Yeah, that's funny. Okay. I'm definitely going to quit. You get the notion. You get the notion. I'd like to know where you got the notion. Don't rock the boat. Don't rock the boat, baby. Don't rock the boat. Don't tip the boat over. Landlord.baz. No, I'll be skipping that one. Moria. Killed. Huh. Not sure what that killed is about. Oh. Oh, it's a shortcut for Fantasia. Okay. Anyway, I came here because I was trying to figure out how to run the damn. Program we installed, and I'm frustrated because it's a very interesting program. But where the hell is it? Yeah, it's definitely not here. It would be in user. Run COBOL. Like run Kobold. Oh, that's right. We do have Banner, don't we? Oh no. You know what? Actually, let's one moment. Okay, so we would what, LP0, right? No? Am I getting owned? Whoops. Oh, wait. There we go. There it is. Oh my God, it's happening. Delightful. Delightful. Yeah. Oh, wait, really? How do we use this? Huh. Wow. Got no idea on that one. I could Google it, but that sounds like effort. Well, it's Cliveways. All right. Oh my God. The wiki page for this says the name Figlet derives from Frank, Ian, and Glenn's letters. Oh my God. I'm just saying that Figlet just saying what Figlet sounds like. That's so good. That's so good. It looks better over here. The strong bad energy of this whole experience is very high. Yeah, we got the game pack. All right. Let me look at this one more time. Account.com. Where the fuck is the program? I thought it was called something start. CW check. Did I not install the program I thought I installed? Runic. I did all this like 3 weeks ago, so I've dead ass forgotten how I did any of it. Let me go. Wait a minute. Oh. Oh, there it is. That's it. Run IC. Oh, finally. Oh, jeez. Okay. We're finally doing it. We're finally doing it, folks. Okay, so here's what we have here. Inventory control system is it's basically a point of sale app. Yeah, I kept reading it as Runic, but it's actually, yeah, Run IC. I knew it was something notionally parsable. Anyway, so this is basically a point of sale package. And that doesn't seem too excited at first, but once you start thinking about like what this represented, it's pretty fucking cool. So it looks pretty dense at first because like people didn't understand user interfaces yet. So let's just go into file maintenance if I don't fuck it up. Okay, go into file maintenance, go to inventory. Okay, do you want a maintenance report? No, I'm good. Wait, no, I said, oh, right, you have to turn on caps lock. It does not like receiving lowercase letters. All right, so we're going to do an inquiry against stock number 1. Or is it O? Or is it O1? How did I do this? Oh my God. All right, well, let's just add one. Okay, so now I have to remember there's a button. There's a back button, and I have to find it. Is it? It's not F1. F1 is help. It is F1, as it turns out. Okay, cool. So go into inventory. No, I'm good. We're going to add an item. Stock number 100. Description, zip ties. Location, shelf. Type code, nah. Vendor code. Oh, this isn't going to work because code not found. Yeah, so you can't actually enter anything here until you have a vendor. So let's go back. Let's get a vendor. Okay. No, I'm good on the printout. I'm going to add a vendor. Vendor code 100. Vendor name is Walmart. No, it's much funnier if it's Walgreens. Address 100 Fake Street. City. Field. Oops. I can't fit in the text the state where Springfield is located, so we're just going to do PA. Okay. Count number, whatever. All right, there we go. Okay, vendor added. Now we can go back, go to inventory. Add, nope. Sir, add. Okay, stock 100. Zip ties, shelf, nah. 100 order unit is, I think we order in packs of 100. Nope, that's not how that, wait, really? Well, okay. Well, we order by 1 unit, factor, whatever, selling unit 1, whatever. Unit cost, 150. Selling price is $3. We have a massive markup on zip ties. Okay, reorder point is when we have 50 in stock, and the reorder quantity is 200. Record added. There we go. Okay. So now we have an entry, and we can go back here, and let's go to reordering, vendor code 100, print suggested order, sign PO number 6969. Okay, all right. And that just spit out a purchase order that we can use to tell us what we need to order. But there's more to it than that. Do you want non-hand listing? No, I'm good. Okay, so now we're at the PO builder. So what we built just there was the suggested order. What we want to do now, though, is we want to print PO number 6969. Yes. Alignment mask. No, I'm good. Mount PO forms on the printer. So it's telling us we would have ordered PO forms with this software package. It would have come with it. Or we would have ordered them separately. So we got to go stick those in the printer. We roll them into the thing. We hit enter. As of date, don't care. I don't remember what date I set. There we go. And this is the actual purchase order that we would mail off to Walgreens to order these against our account, right? So we just finished doing that, right? So I'm going to hit F1 to back out of this, and it reminds us to take the purchase order forms out and put the regular paper back in the printer. I love that. It's a wonderful little touch. One of my friends says that this is actually here. Let me oops. Sorry, one moment. There we go. It's literally a COBOL app. The whole thing is just running out of run COBOL. So to your question, that's what's going on there. And I guess okay, so could we? I have not tried this. Okay. Can we just non-ASCII? Okay, it's compiled into bytecode. And oops, I need to run to the bathroom again. I'll be back. I'll just say, at least they're working. Okay. Anyway, let's get back to where we were. Okay, so we put some inventory items in there. We ordered some inventory items. Now we need to do receiving because they just came in. So at this point, the order, the purchasing manager has been using the system so far. Now, another terminal out in another terminal out in the warehouse gets in the game. So the guy doing receiving, he goes in here, orders. Now I'm good. Whoops, there we go. Purchase order 6969 came in. All right, blanket. So we know that's the only thing on here, so we're just going to say blanket receive. Yes. Okay, any changes? Nope. All right, there we go. Order receipt recorded. No existing line item. Yeah, we'll go ahead and delete that. We don't need that anymore. All right. So that's done. So now our inventory should be back up to, why? Oh, you know what? F1 is not working on this terminal because I don't have it configured correctly. Well, whatever. Anyway, so they just did that. So now if we go in and take a look at our inventory, if we do an inquiry, oops. Oh, no. Yes. There we go. Against stock number 100, we should see that we have 200 in stock. Okay, so we successfully ordered. Okay, and now we wouldn't have this thing set up at the front counter for cashiers to use, but if we imagine that we're in like, an Ace Hardware or whatever, then at the end of the day, we're going to print out our sales receipts, our Z-tape, and someone's going to sit down, they're going to say, okay, all right, so we sold 30 zip ties for $3 a piece. Oh, I think, wait, what did I fuck up here? Oh, right. No, because I put them in at $3 a piece. That's 30 bags of zip ties at $3 a piece. We sold $90 of zip ties. Oops, I fucked that up. If you say any change, it makes you go through it again. So we sold 30 bags of those. Yep. There we go. No changes. All right, that's done. Posting in progress. Okay. And it actually prints out a live record. That's our sales journal for that item. So we could have gone through and posted a whole bunch of different sales. Then we were all done. It would spit out a daily report that can go in a drawer. And now if we go into file maintenance, inventory, no, and we do an inquiry against stock number 100, we see that we're now down to 170. So this is a complete retail business. Like this thing right here. Like look at this. The base model TRS-80 had, I think, 2 serial ports. So you could hook up the main system in the manager's office and then run like a 400-foot RS-232 cable up to the front and then another one out to a warehouse or loading dock. And your entire business runs out of this. This is your retail, it's your ordering, it's your sales tracking, it's everything all in one package. And this is a disc that you just buy direct from Tandy and stick into your Model 16. And look at all the stuff they've got in here. It's complete. Like, this is fantastic. This is really terrific. Yeah, what's our cost of inventory? And let's do all. Oops. There we go. Spooling occurring. Here we go. And this gives us the retail value and the purchase value and the year-to-date sales for everything we currently have. So we can just get an idea of our total outlay. And I think if we go back and do, here we go, end of period. No, we'll do end of year. Yep. Okay. Oh, do I have to manually print that? I might have to manually print that, actually. Oh, no, I'm sorry. End of period year, actually, that sort of closes things. So I kind of fucked that up. But anyway, you get the point, right? I think this is so damn cool that this just exists. And it's really sophisticated. Like, there's so much in here that if you think about it, these machines were, like I said, the equivalent of about $16,000 for the high-spec Model 16. But then you'd pay, a few $1,000s for one of these terminals. So you're looking at imagine that you're, yeah, like an Ace Hardware back in 1984. I think this software was available, maybe earlier, maybe 82. Imagine you're an Ace Hardware in like 82, 84, and your business consists of nothing more than paperwork on clipboards and in file folders, and you know, pa-ching cash registers, right? So you're doing everything by hand. Now, for $25,000, just about, which equates nowadays to like, oh no, I'm sorry, I already did the math. That's right. For the equivalent of like $25,000. So, the cost of a Mazda MPV delivery van, right? You could buy and set up this system and run it entirely yourself. And I find this so fascinating. When I started my channel like 8 years ago, this is actually something that I wanted to cover in greater detail, and it just never really panned out because I couldn't figure out how to make the stories interesting. But this is definitely, it's really a shame that I can only run this in an emulator, because I really would love to do it with the real thing. I'd love to get the actual Model 16 and a pair of terminals and illustrate how this would have been transformative to your business. Absolutely transformative. It would have completely altered the way that you did your work, the way that your whole operation operated, and that could be the difference between staying solvent and not, and that kind of story is not really, people don't really address it in my experience here on this dang internet of ours. And I think part of that, I'm going to be perfectly elitist here, and say that I think that a lot of people don't have the perspective. A lot of people either, just, so like my first job was just really behind the times. And so even though I'm as young as I am, we were doing manual Z and X tape printouts and adding up, credit receipts by hand and whatnot. And when we got a point of sale system, which was actually only slightly more advanced than this, it changed how we did everything. And we're talking, this was in like 2007. And we literally went from, ka-ching cash registers that we bought at like Office Depot that just, were dumb, category adding machines basically, to literally it was a DBase app we were using that just did basically what this does. And it so fundamentally changed how the business was run. We suddenly had just new things that we didn't know before, and the difficulty of figuring out how much we'd sold and where we'd sold it and what we needed to reorder and whatnot just vastly changed overnight when we turned up the new POS system. And because it's not just a cash register, it's also a complete inventory management system. And so when there's actually, if anybody else is interested in getting into this, there is a very cool archive of TRS-80 software. Give me a second. Let me find this here. Here we go. It's I'm not going to get too shitty about this because I understand the situation, but people for some reason have started using GitHub as just a generic website and file host, but there's worse things. So I dropped the link there in chat, and if you're interested, if you dive into the software folder and then go down into Xenix, they actually have a number of programs here. Here, we'll just okay. So we've got accounts receivable, accounts payable. We've got the inventory control system. There's a couple development packages. I don't remember what XView is. Profile. Oh no, I'm sorry. I don't remember what Profile is either. But Unify is basically, it's like a DBase thing. It's like a rapid application development environment with a built-in database and all this other shit. And then, of course, we have a number of other, because, back in the day, most of what you bought a computer like this for was to develop your own software. So unfortunately, that's how a lot of that works. There is Deskmate, and I do actually want to grab that. I've been meaning to grab that. Then there is they have a video text system, which I have not looked into deeply, but they actually have a system for generating and delivering video text services, like interactive text-based, like dial-in services for employee information and whatnot. So this would be like just to give you an idea what that would be all about. Here we go. Yeah. So video text was like kind of a early proto web sort of thing, pretty much only used by businesses. It was bigger in Europe than it was here. Here we go. This is the classic image that's always floating around. Fuck off. And so yeah, this is the interactive BBC News feed. You come in here, you ask for a category you want, and you pick headlines and whatnot. You could get software that way to some extent. This is Prestel, which a lot of people know. And so this is a sort of system that we're talking about here. And so you could host something like this. And I'll give you an example, again, of a very real world case where that would have been revolutionary to a business. And that is if you were a chain of car dealerships that was doing Ford. Ford actually had a dealer network that was used for disseminating TSBs and other things like that. But then if you were a large enough dealership chain of your own, you might want to give access to that information to your, sub dealers and internal newsletter and sales info and stuff like that without having to fax stuff around or send letters or anything like that. So you could actually stand up your own video text system, and then instead of having to deploy, and obviously, like, we could also talk about how you could use, COBOL development environment to put together a dealership management program yourself, or maybe buy one or commission someone to build one. But so you might already have terminals out at your company locations, but you could also deploy video text terminals and get, a richer experience at very low cost, because this stuff had been brought down to very low cost. And so, yeah, it's a complete development environment for that sort of thing. Another thing I forgot about in here, medical office system. Shit, that's right. I forgot about this. Let me fire this up, because again, it's not hard to set up. That's the cool thing. It's really, really easy. Oh, in fact, you know what? Those files were already in the directory. Let's jump out of this program here. Okay. And then we're going to run install. Or, I think it's on here. I actually think it's on here. Didn't I? No? No, that's right. There was another folder for it. There it is. I already installed it. Cool. Cool. Oh, boy. How do we... But up. Hang on. I'll remember how to fucking do this. Oh, here we go. Okay, I have huge news. I've been having a horrible sinus headache all day, and it has just started to, my sinuses have just started to drain. I'm sorry about this disgusting information. However, it's important to me. Oh, that's right. Now I remember what you have to do. Okay. So let me, okay, first off, let me disable CTY01. Oh, is that how that works? Hang on a second. Okay, there we go. It could be easy to sort of get stuck in a session, so it's nice to have a backup terminal available. Let's see. So probably 301, I think, is... No? No? Anybody remember how to force log out a user on Unix? Gosh. Gosh, that's been a minute. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. All I have to do is drop TTS. TTS, wow. DTR? DSR? I can't fucking remember. Anyway, the point is we just drop carrier. And that'll do it. Can't remember how to do that. Short of... I guess I could just disconnect the fucking port. There, that'll do it. There we go. That reset it. Okay. Yeah, this is useful because if we get wedged, we need to be able to log in separately to kill the process. Okay, so the way this works is we just log out and we log back in as user MDX. I think it's no password. No? Did I set a password? I may have to go reset that password because I can't fucking remember what it was. What does this say? Login as MDX user. Okay, let's just Does it get mad at me for password complexity? Is that the issue? I'm root, so it shouldn't. Sir? There we go. Okay, and then it immediately just pitches us right into the program. All right, clinical data design. So this is a third-party application. This is not actually a Tandy in-house product. This is a commercial app. I don't know why I have mail. Okay, let me find the notes that I wrote about this because the documentation is not really complete. The documentation we have access to, that is. Okay. Okay, so what we do is we just log in as MDX. I think everybody has the same permissions set. All right, and as you can see, this is a package for running a doctor's office. Let me see if I remember anything about this. I think the first thing we have to do is I think we have to go into Manage System. Shit. Right. The F keys are different for this one. So F1 is help, and actually there's quite a bit of help, which is terrific. But then there's another button to go back, and I think it's one of the other F keys, I thought. Oh, is it F12? It is not F12. Shit. It's not F10. Is it F9? No, that's the stop command. Give me a second. I'll figure it out. It's not escape, unfortunately. Oh, wait. Is it just... Do you just type nothing? Is that what it is? Oh, I hit Control-C and then Enter, and that lets me get out of it. So maybe that's it. All right. Well, anyway, so... You know, I wonder if the reason I'm not seeing what I'm looking for is because I logged in as a user. I want to log in as programmer, I think. And then I believe... There we go. Okay, yeah, there's a lot more stuff in here now. And I think we go to Manage Tables. There it is. We go into Provider Table. And as you can see, this thing is quite complex. So we're going to enter provider number 1. Edit, name, Bob's and Dugnut. Use for insurance, yes. And then we're just going to go ahead and... So... The one thing that's confusing about this is if you make an incorrect entry, it doesn't give you an error message. It gives you... It just won't leave. In this case, the fact that all that data disappeared means that I actually finished what I was doing correctly. So now if we go back to provider table and we enter 100, there we go. Okay, so now I have a provider. So this is my first doctor. So I hit Control-C, that cancels that. Hit it again, and that backs out. Okay, go to the diagnosis table. Okay, key 100. So then edit, yes. Lupus. We have to put in an ICD-9 code. Okay. And then I think that we just hit enter to commit that. Okay, Control C to get out of there. Okay, cool. This is working well. Now we can go back and hit our patient data. All right, patient name, Ass Hansen. All right, so now we got to put this guy in here. So he's Ass Hansen. His address is 123 Fake Street. Okay. Nope. It's interesting that it keeps like every time I hit enter, it like is backing me out to the prompt instead of going to the next item. So usual provider is 100. Interesting. Now wait a minute. Why did that? Oh, okay. That's weird. I had to hit enter on the edit prompt to get it to validate that. There we go. Date of first contact. I love that. That terminology is so good. SSN. And then I guess, why is patient number all the way down here? That seems wild. Occupation. Oh my God. Sorry. I this fucking, the sinus situation here. I've been waiting for this for like 3 fucking days. Bobson, Dugnut. Baseball player. Wait, you can't put in baseball P. No. And I guess. All right. Okay. All right. Now, I think that the fact that it took me back to here means that it. Yes. Okay. Okay. Now I deciphered this. When you hit enter on a blank line where it says edit question mark, if you hit enter here, that means to commit this data. But if you hit that and there's any problems, then it lists the fields that have problems, which in this case are the name and the sex field. Now, the reason it's upset about that is because I believe we need to enter it like this. And then sex, I guess we can't fuck around there. There we go. Okay. And then next, I believe we just hit Control C. And now if you look up patient 100. Oh, sorry, that's patient number. Whoops. Let's go over to 100. There they are. Okay. And it's like we know that this is just a CRUD app, but this is slick for like, what was that, 1984, I think? This is not half bad for 1984. Like this is pretty sick. What can we do now that we've done this? How do we enter like a next? I don't know. Like, yeah, I don't know what to do here. Let's hit F1. Oh, there we go. Okay, so God, the terminology used in here is so weird. I guess I guess we probably have to fill in their insurance information. Wow. It's a pretty cool little screen here. Hold bills, accept assignment, we file insurance, slow pay. So I guess the responsible party, I guess, would be the insurance company, which I know they have a table for that. So I'm kind of surprised that it's not asking for that. Okay. And then if we go back here and we do, let's go patient K1 and we go to encounter. Wait a minute. Oh, I think, okay, the billing information is not complete yet. So let's actually, okay, so it's upset about fields 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So let's go up to account type. I don't know, 1? Oh, okay, these are all mandatory. So we accept assignment, we file insurance, slow pay is no, we don't charge interest, and the approved maximum, we don't need to fill that one out. Okay. Oh, still upset about, whoops, hold bills is no. And then we file, what is it upset about? We file insurance. Is that not a yes, no question? if we hit F1 on that, Y for yes or N for no? It's weird. There's a number of places where you just have to hit enter multiple times. So it's a little jank. But here we go. Okay. So encounter for Hanson ass. We get F1 here. Huh? Like I would think that we would at this point add an encounter, like as in maybe we do that from the main menu. Okay, let's go back out to the main menu. Patient data, addresses, view patient data, route slips, medical records, post. Maybe it's post. Oops. Procedure. Nope, that's for the procedure table. I don't think that's what we want. Actually, maybe it does go in as a medical record. Manage patient record. Okay. Oops. 1. Start date, end date. No, this doesn't look like it. This looks like for overriding. Where do we put in a visit summary? That's what I'm trying to figure out. There's got to be a way in, here obviously to do. Maybe the problem is that we're logged in as programmer. Let's log out and back in as a user. Ugh. Oh, I logged all the way out. Oof. I must have buffered a control C somewhere. We are discussing medical issues. That's very funny. All right. Patient data, view patient, medical records. Huh? Well, ain't looking too different to me. All right. Well, I'll probably give up on this in a minute, but you get why I'm interested in it, right? 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 I don't need to explain that, right? 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 I think this is cool as shit. I think it's really neat that something like that exists, and that we have it. We still have it, right? I've wanted to do a video about this for a really long time, but I couldn't figure out how to make it interesting, as it were, hiccups. And so I'm really glad that y'all were interested in it. Not that I doubted it, but it's the sort of thing that's easy to talk about live, but very difficult to do a video about, in my opinion. Okay, let's now I definitely do want to install DeskMate, so let's take a look at that. Love the little floppy noise there. Yeah, and as a swarm of dead insects has observed, and a few other people I think as well, if you bought this in 1984, you could just keep using it. Like, nothing stops you from just continuing to consume this particular beverage, Well, see, I figured I would have to add an encounter, but there was no option to do so. Like, I hit F1, there was no option there to add an encounter, and that really is where things just fell apart for me. Because I'm like, if you can't do that, then what can you do? So, anyway, I love how it's all tape blocks, even though it's a floppy, because Unix. Oh my God, sinuses should be illegal. I've been saying for years we need to do something about the bastards at Big Sinus. They control the government. They keep us miserable for their own profit. Like the sinuses themselves in your head. Like we need to outlaw them. God, they already feel like they're full of super glue. It's like I don't know what it is about any of the stuff that's been going on with me lately that would cause this. So it seems to just be a coincidence, but this is the worst sinus I've ever had. But it's definitely sinus issues. Trust me. All right, set to auto turbo, so this is as quick as it's going to go. Well, yeah, I certainly wouldn't want it to be solid up there. Don't get me wrong, but I feel like there could be less detail and it would be useful. I do need some sinus tech tips. Jesus Christ, that'd be considerably more useful than anything LMG is producing, as far as I'm concerned. Whoops, salt. Are we having a good time live installing Tandy Deskmate for Xenix? I may be miserable and in pain in several different ways, but at least I get to be a gay robot. So, it could be worse. I actually have a very severely deformed what the hell is it called? The thing down the middle of your nose, the thing down the that separates it, and that's why I'm having issues, and I need to have it fixed. Septum, thank you, the guy from Oblivion. I have a really badly deviated septum, and the problem is that, you know, compared to the surgery that I spent the first hour of this stream discussing, the outcome of septum surgery is highly variable. Some people, a lot of people, probably the majority of people, have a great outcome, but for some people, the outcome is unspeakably grim. You can have some really severe negative outcomes, and to me, it's not worth it. And I have chosen to be in pain for the rest of my natural life rather than take the risks that would be associated with that. It's everything from, it's bad. All I'll say is that if you are considering having your septum repaired, I recommend that you do as much research as possible first, because there are certain negative outcomes that are far worse than you can imagine. They're really bad. And yeah, exactly. Just face surgery. The head is an incredibly complicated piece of equipment, and if they get it wrong, and there's not really any way to avoid that, it's just luck of the draw. If you get a bad outcome, it's real bad. It's not great in so many different ways. I mean, that's one other thing. It's like I have to perform on camera. So if there's the slightest risk of any physical deformity as a result, which is always a possibility, then I could end up basically losing my career over it. So there's just so much that can go wrong, and to me it has not been worth it. But as a result, I have been in pain for decades, and I expect it to continue forever. But whatever, you make these decisions. You do what you got to do, and sometimes that means making a tough decision based on what you value in life. It's like I think a lot about Techmoan, who has been taking mystery drugs for like a year because he would like to be able to smell again. And, there's no reason to think that has anything to do with his illness that he just had, but it could. And, would he have made that decision anyway, knowing that there was that risk, if indeed there was? Yes, I'll bet, because I can only imagine that not being able to taste anything makes it really hard to get up in the morning. So, in his position, what would I do? Probably the same thing. All right. DM.app. How does this... Do we have to restart? I didn't think it said anything about that. Oh, there we go. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Bad home /desk file. Bye. Wow. All right, let's log out and log back in. It's very possible that just yeah. See, I really would have expected this to put something in somewhere in my path, but is it? Oh, it's desk. You just type desk. Okay, there we go. That worked. Now, if you're not familiar, Tandy Deskmate is a piece of software that appeared on all the Tandy 1000 machines, among other things. I think it was mostly the Tandy 1000 machines, actually. That was a sort of very light office suite. So that's what we've got here. So executing application test. All right. So we got ourselves a text editor, and that's nice because, it's fucking Unix, so the best thing you get otherwise is Vi. And this, on the other hand, actually has like a reasonable goddamn interface. And non-printing characters. Nice. And it shows you a blob for where the end of the document is. This is already terrific stuff. Okay, we have a search tool. Let's hit escape for commands. Ooh. Oh, we have buffer options. Does that allow us to... Let's see, substitute, add, format. Oh, okay, that's just for like screen width. What else we got in here? Can we do a select? Oh, yes, we can. And then we do 8 for copy. Oh, no, that's like, I see, that's a file name. Having selected, what do we do? There's a help option. Okay, let's see how that goes. Ooh, boy, it's crunching. It's thinking. Okay, here we go. Okay, so that's just for line width. Let's go to the next page here. Oh, okay. Okay, so the select is not for like copy and paste. That's for save, delete, or place in buffer. Oh, wait. Oh, in buffer. Oh, okay. That's what we want. That's copy selected block of text to copy buffer. And then how do we dump the contents of the buffer? Insert. There it is. 0. Okay. Oh, all right. Got it. Okay. So having done that, I keep hitting F1. Okay. So we hit buffer. Then we hit escape again, and we press 0 to paste. All right. We've got copy and we got paste. Hell yeah. Huh. All right. That's reasonable enough. Okay. Oh, interesting. So there's a thing here called desk accessories, and I believe that's going to let us get to, for instance, a calculator without having to exit the program. There we go. So yeah, we can access all these minor things plus the Xenix command line. So we can go in here and do some calculations. Oh, that's so good. Tape on. It's so slow, and honestly, like, that's sort of surprising because I feel like it could be faster, but this is an in-house Tandy application, so you'd think that it would be as efficient as it could be. But in any case, okay, this seems to work. Oh, wait, formula? Whoa. Huh. Wow, this is like decently sophisticated. I'm digging it. All right. How do we get out of this? Q. There we go. Okay. We'll get out of this one as well. Because I think this is the least sophisticated app. I think this has a spreadsheet. Yes, it does. Yep, there it is. All right. Now, this is probably going to be using not the Excel syntax, but like the Lotus syntax. So most likely, I think like equals probably won't work. Yeah, but specify string or cell. So do we just do? Oh, that's for find. I see. Okay, let's same UI as the other program. So we hit escape, and then we hit question mark for help. Online help is such a optional thing in this era, so the fact that we get that is terrific. Okay, so we hit escape 3 in order to enter a formula, and I'm going to guess that once we do that, we can hit help in order to find out how that works. So escape 3 If we just do 1, 1, nope. Okay, let's try equals 1, 1. Nope, doesn't like that either. Okay, so can we F1? No? Can we escape? Okay. Might need a manual here. Yeah? Wow. Oh, I did get help. Whoops. Okay. Okay, proceeds an absolute cell location. Lets you enter a cell. Okay, let's go to the next page here. There we go. Okay, so it's R1, C1. Terrific. Oh, or position the marker using the arrow keys. Oh, I thought I tried that. Okay, let's try that. Well, it says that I can position. Here, let's do formula. Oh, there we go. I just screwed something up. Okay. Okay. So then does the sum command exist? Incorrect formula. Ah, damn. What if we just do that did not work. Actually, why didn't that work? Okay, well, whatever. You know, okay. So there's that. We got ourselves a spreadsheet. That's a pretty big thing in this era. What's the filer, though? I don't know what the filer is. Oh, it's a database. That's right. So we'll create, this is basically like an office suite. So yeah, order, number, delete, add. So, okay, there we go. Right. Okay, and then if I remember correctly, I believe now we hit this. No? Well, whatever. We're not going to do the deepest dive here, but basically this is a oh, we were in definition mode. Now we're in now I think we're in enter data mode. And I wonder if that was, wow, this is a really slow piece of software. I wonder what this is developed in. It feels like Tandy didn't really put their best effort into this one, if I'm honest. I'm trying to quit. There we go. We have a calendar app. We got a mail reader. Actually, we have a mail reader? Will that read like my Unix mail? Fucking, what did I name this user? It's not MDX. Gamer. Oh, Lord. Yeah, because I remember how to send email. In Unix, definitely. Okay. Okay, invoke mail with arguments that are the names of people to send to, then you type in your message. Okay, so we're going to mail root God, my ass hurts. There we go. Okay, this is the body of the email. Control D. Okay, now if we hit escape, do we have to leave to get it to update? Well, let's just assume that we do. So we'll leave. Okay, right? Mail. Hey, there it is. Wow, I wasn't 100% sure that was going to work, but why wouldn't it? All right, so like right there, again, we've got ourselves a fantastic example of just a complete, you know, this is useful as hell, right? We fire up desk from here? Yes, we can. Of course we can. Like, why wouldn't we be able to? So can I reply from here? I would think so, right? So we hit escape, reply. There we go. Okay. Okay. Oh, wait. Did I screw that up? Because I hit Control D. Maybe that wasn't the... Oops. Maybe that was not what I was supposed to do. Yeah, I think that was not what I was supposed to do. So let's hit escape here. Then hit 1 to send. Oh, you can attach things? I didn't actually know that. Right. This is interesting. Because it's not working. Oh, God, right. Because we didn't set our term type. Escape. Quit. There we go. Okay, we're going to exit and just log back in. So gamer. All right, term equals, shit, what was the name of that thing? It wasn't DT910, was it? TV910. Okay, and now let's try desk again. Yeah, okay, that's sort of what I expected. Can we put this in emulation mode for something more reasonable? I don't think so. Ugh. Fuck it. I'm going to do the thing I said I was going to do. Terrible term. All right, so if we close this and then we fire up this guy and then we do telnet localhost, and now we go in here and we spin this up on TCP listen port, I don't know, 8000. I think that works. Or actually, okay, it defaults to 9615, so let's try that. Connection refused. See, I always have trouble with this. And what I've found I have to do is to switch this away and then back, and then it usually updates. But in this case, I don't think it did. Oh, come on. Oh, there we go. That's what we're looking for. All right, so we'll log in as, sir? Sir? What's going on here? First off, what's our terminal type? VT100. Okay, that should work. Why are we not getting any 9615 8N1? It's not doing any like wacky parity shit or anything. That's strange. Why doesn't that work? That should work. Well, whatever. You get the picture. If I read the manual, maybe I would know how to do this. But obviously, this is a really useful software package. I think this is for launching arbitrary applications, or maybe plug-in applications you get to extend DeskMate. And otherwise, yeah, this is cool as hell. I think that's pretty much got us where I wanted to be, because you've now seen, I think, pretty much everything that I knew how to show you with this thing. And what a neat system, right? Right? The fact that this was available, there we go. The fact this was available for such a reasonable price, given what it is, and that it had so much capability, just yeah, cool as hell. What should I do with myself at this point? I've been streaming for about 3 hours, but I could do more of it, to be perfectly frank. I don't really have any other plans. What does everybody else think? Should I? Because I'm part of me, because I'm in a decently better mood than I was earlier. Part of me is tempted to just pivot over to some stupid video games or something. Maybe I should go up and check Daria, see what she thinks. All right. I'll be back and I'll let you know what I'm going to do. Yeah, my mic was muted that whole time. That's fine though. You know, it's really funny. I saw somebody say, like, "Oh, Marble Madness for the Amiga." It's very funny because I literally that was the last game I was trying to play on my Amiga, uh, and on the Amiga 3000, and I could not get the bastard to work. In fact, I'm sufficiently amused by that problem that I think let's let's point this at WinUAE. Now that's not right. Reset that damn transform. There we go. Oh, whoops! That removed the bounding box, didn't it? Yes, it did. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. We'll figure this out. Um, wow, OBS is having a very, very tough time capturing this window. Capture method. BitBlit. Nope, I can go to hell. There we go. Like, I wish I have a lot of issues with. Why is Clive rotated like this? Buddy, you're doing like a thing. You're doing a thing here. Like, I kind of like it, but still, it can't be comfortable. There you go. I reset him. Anyway, yeah, so the Amiga 500 is the gold standard for anything that you're going to do with an Amiga, really. But, comma, here, what happens if I just... Does that not work? Do I have to go in here every single time I want to load a disk? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Why isn't that working? Oh, there we go. God damn it. All right. This is going to crash Workbench. I'll bet you. I am largely resting up King. This is going to take a long time to start and then crash. Oh, actually, halt 2, which I believe means it's already crashed. That's fine. Let's reset, hold down the mouse buttons. Okay. Let's fire it up in Kickstart 1.3 mode. I got so sick of trying to load up the oh, there we go. I got so sick of trying to load up the damn Amiga 3000 from physical floppies that I finally just built the thing in WinUAE in a hard drive image. And when I was done, I just wrote it out to a Zulu SCSI. All right. It's going to crash again. It's going to guru. Oh. Oh. That's what it did on my real one. Don't know what it's doing. Doesn't look like it's doing shit. Yeah, I probably got to reset this and do it on the damn 500. I don't think it's unpacking because the floppy drive isn't running. It's just sitting there on track 40. Yeah. Well, I mean, I know the CPU isn't halted, but at the same time, I think it should be working right now. Uh, fuck this. I'm on a 3000. I should not be on a 3000. Let me just restart into 500 mode, and like dollars to donuts, this is going to work a lot better. He says, and then it doesn't work. Spreaded. Wow, this emulation is much slower. Holy shit. Oh, don't worry about it, Bobby. I was just doing a bit. It's all good. Marble Madness. Royal Rainbow. Bing Pong. Do we think this is going to just work? I think it'll just work, personally. Okay. And there it is. And there it is. Now the question is, at what point should I start getting music? Sir? Oh, the disc is running. Okay. Okay, let me open my volume mixer here, and then this might be loud. I don't know. We'll see. The Marbles of Madness is pretty funny. That's pretty good. Okay, trackball 1. One player. Wow, this is so corny. You know, I'm going to pop in the menu here for a second. I just froze the emulation because I really think we should be getting sound. Huh? No, sound emulation on. This is on, that's on. This should be working. It says it's set to the default device, but you know what? I'm going to flip it to Focusrite USB audio. I swear there should be sound at this point. Oh, there we go. Why is the mouse not working? I selected mouse. Let me swap ports. There we go. Yep, I had to have the mouse plugged into the rear port. No, I flipped it from trackball to mouse. I don't know what the difference is, but that's what I did. I'm surprised there's no... hang on a second. There should really be floppy drive sounds, right? Let me go into the sound section. Oh, nope. That is disabled. Let me turn that on. That's the problem. Ah, that's so damn loud. Let me turn that down. Put that at like 25%. There we go. That's still really fucking loud. Let me turn that down even further. Feels like the slider isn't doing anything. Yeah, the music is so bad. One of the things that's really amazing me about the Amiga is that for all of its vaunted, audio capabilities, it has some of the worst music in a lot of ports. Like, there's a bunch of games where the Amiga version is the worst music of any port in the entire history of the game. Like, the Castlevania port for Amiga, for instance, just has the worst music imaginable. It's like Micronic's garbage. And it's like, it's not clear why, because the system is like absolutely capable of doing it. Like, this could just sound like the arcade version. There's no reason for it not to. But like, the attack and decay on all the instruments is just wrong. Yeah, tracker music was invented on the Amiga. And like, the machine's intrinsic capabilities are terrific. It's a custom sound chip, as I recall, and it just does 4 channels of 8-bit PCM audio. So it's, I think that's correct. And like, we know for an absolute fact that this is capable of sounding wonderful. And I guess it's just that for some reason Electronic Arts didn't have a good Amiga sound programmer. Because this sucks. I got optical illusioned there. The thing about the Amiga, and this is a controversial position among some, but I'm going to tell you my perspective on it as someone who has been looking at the Amiga from the outside for 20 years, over 20 years, 25 years. There are an enormous number of people out there who will tell you that the Amiga had incredible capabilities and that it made, a lot of software possible that was otherwise impossible. That may be true, but the number of developers who were willing to spend their time doing that at the expense of other platforms was extremely minimal. So, most games that came out for the Amiga, this is not true for all application software is a different story, but almost every single game that came out for the Amiga got ported to the Atari ST. And there aren't any cases that I'm aware of where they're like, yeah, we had such and such effect on the Amiga, but it depended on the hardware, so we couldn't get it on the ST, so the ST version is worse. And I think the reason for that is twofold. The first is that the Amiga's hardware is not actually that special. Like, it is on paper, but it's an implementation detail. It's the sort of thing where... Let me turn this shit down. God, that sounds awful. It's the sort of thing where... Like, you talk to an engineer and they'll tell you, like, oh, yeah, this is the only way to do X, because you see it lets you frobulate the, nincompoop, bit widths more cromulently. And you're like, okay, well, that's cool, but you don't have access to it because we didn't buy a computer we're not targeting a computer that's that sophisticated. But you need to make the program anyway. And they go, but that's impossible. And then you say, well, then you're fired. And then they grumble and they go away and they come back a day later. They're like, you won't believe this. And you're like, I will actually believe it. You did it, didn't you? Yeah. And you know what? It's faster. And this is actually a thing. I was reading a wiki page. Hang on. Let me go find this. This is such a dumb, terrible version of this game. Where the hell did I put it? Here we go. There was a game for the Amiga called Hunter 3D, which is actually really interesting. But it says that the code for Hunter 3D environments was written by Paul Holmes. It was originally intended for a game by some other company that went out of business. So he took this code to a new company, and the code depended on the Amiga's Blitter chip, but they decided to retarget the game for the Atari ST as well, so he had to rewrite it. So he wrote a software Blitter implementation, and when he was done, it ran faster. And the guy was quoted in an interview saying, the trouble with using the hardware is that it imposes certain limitations that then have to be overcome with clever software routines. And so that's the thing, right? It's like, I'm not really aware of any games that look or play or sound worse on the Atari ST, with the exception of a few that took really heavy advantage of the Amiga's sound hardware. And like, to that end, the Amiga was capable of making sounds that nothing else could. But other than that, it really didn't, in practical terms, deliver any major capabilities that didn't that people were willing to design for in exclusivity. And because the Amiga didn't exist in a vacuum, the games that were being made for it in 85, 86, 87 were being ported to the Atari. And you were just stupid if you didn't do that. And so they all either had to figure out how to make them work on the Atari, or they designed down to the Atari's limitations. And this is the other thing. Like, to be fair, it might be the case that the Amiga was capable of making games that could not run on the Atari. But yeah, exactly, as Millie Bunn just said, what developer was going to go, yeah, we're going to put this bitchin' raster effect in there, which we can't port to anything else? Why? Why waste the time? Like, no one's going to know that you did it if they're on another platform. So you just spent a bunch of effort to make one version more expensive to create, but you're going to sell it for the same price. You're not going to sell the Amiga version of Shadow of the Beast for $10 more because you put all this extra cool shit in it, right? And then it all got ported to the Genesis anyway. As soon as the Sega Genesis came out, virtually every single game on the Amiga that was worth a shit, that wasn't just like somebody's basic, experiment I know I sound like really derogatory here. I'm not actually trying to be. Like, I sound really salty, but I'm not responding to the machine itself nearly so much as the people trumpeting its supposed virtues on the internet for decades. Like, most of the games for the Amiga that are exclusives are like one guy banged something together in BASIC or whatever, and it's just like the PC, right? You go through like PC shareware compilations, and there's a whole bunch of like my first video game in there, right? And then the next step up after that is like stuff made by publishers, and virtually all of that targeted multiple platforms from like 85 through 87, 88. Then the Genesis comes out, and all of a sudden there's this massive, explosive market for quote-unquote 16-bit games, and all these same publishers are targeting it. And so you go look, you find out that virtually everything got ported to the Genesis, which doesn't have any of that crazy shit. So it all had to just be pixel pushing and sprites and baked palettes. And so from 89 onwards, the Genesis was earlier, right? Wasn't it like 88? I'm sorry, 89 in North America and 90 in Europe. So yeah, like 89 or 90 or thereabouts, all of a sudden the Genesis materializes, and that actually becomes the target platform. So if you're playing an Amiga game from 1991, you're really playing a Genesis game that's been ported to the Amiga. That's my observation. And I'm also going to say that most of the Genesis versions are better. They've got better sound because the system lent itself well. Like, there were tools for making like cromulent sound on the Genesis, whereas the Amiga, it was just like Wild West. Hope you've got your sample discs. Hope you're good at this, right? Whereas for the Genesis, you could hire a sound guy who like already knew what he was doing, and there was tooling out there that like delivered good sounds. That's why so many Genesis games sound very similar, is because everybody was using like one software package that generated the music, and had like standard sample banks in it. So it was basically a general MIDI for the Sega platform, and it was hard to port that audio back to the Amiga. So again, a lot of these games, you go back to the Amiga and the sound's actually worse. Unless somebody was going to sit down and record all the Genesis sounds in isolation and then port them back, and nobody was going to do that. So a lot of it, you end up with like these really janky soundtracks. And then the PC was at this point on par. Like a 386 PC with VGA, so something you could get in like 88, was on par, practically speaking, with Amiga 500. And you could say like, oh, but the 1200 was better. Yeah, no one had them. The 2000, the 1200, the 4000, the 3000, nobody was making games targeting those. You would get like, there'd be like a version of Shadow of the Beast or whatever that was AGA enabled. But even then, they really pulled their punches. Like, what they did with those extra capabilities was really limited. And so the vast majority of software was stuck targeting this 1985 platform all the way into 1994. So it's 10 years. Like, I would say the Amiga has one of the longest platform definitions of anything from that era. Or I should say it's on par with like the NES, the SNES, like any of those consoles, right? The A500 remained the target. And so, and then you stack on top of that the fact that just there weren't the same kind of resources that would become available decades later for stuff like the Genesis and the SNES and whatnot. They got these, in some cases, they had pretty limited SDKs initially, but then they got better later. And then later consoles got much better SDKs. So if you were developing for the PlayStation, like what Sony would give you out of the box, out of the gate to develop for the PlayStation sort of sucked in 1994. But a few years later, developers, as I understand it, were starting out with like much better SDKs that gave them a lot of base functionality. And then you got shit in the mix like, I don't think Renderware was in on the PSX yet, but I could be wrong about that. But there were these third-party middleware vendors that would give you a package, what we would now call an engine, that gave you a tremendous amount of functionality just automatically. I don't think anything like that existed for the Amiga, the Atari ST, and not really for DOS either. But it did exist for the Genesis. And so I think a lot of like late Amiga games were probably people taking like Genesis games that had been based on these middleware libraries to some extent and trying to port them back to these home computers because that was the only way to get them to sell in Europe, where people still weren't really buying game consoles the way that they would later on. And I think that all changed with the introduction of the 32-bit era, the PlayStation and whatnot. I think really started to shift that window. But the point is that you can't look at these platforms in isolation. All the home computers, due to their limited market share and the lack of vendor exclusivity, if you look at a Nintendo game, it's a whole different story, because Nintendo was like, if you're developing in the NES era, they're like, if you're developing for our platform, you aren't doing it for anything else. Or at least if you are, it can't be the same game. So there are these huge differences between NES versus like Master System releases of games, if those, in the few cases where cross-platform releases even existed in that era. When you get to the Genesis/SNES era, there's more cross-platform releases, but still, like the vast majority of big name games only came out on one platform. And so that you've got a case of developer who is choosing to throw their hat in that ring and go, okay, we are a Nintendo shop, or at least for this game, we are a Nintendo shop. So we're going to target what that machine can do. So SNES games made by third-party developers, your Atlas, your Konami, or whoever, when they made a game for those platforms, they didn't pull any punches. They didn't go, well, we would use this cool palette cycling effect here, or this transparency effect, but that's not available on the Genesis. That's not available on the fucking TurboGrafx. No, that was pretty much dead at that point. But they weren't doing that. They just committed, because their perception of these platforms was, we're Konami. If we put out a game for the SNES, we're going to sell 250,000 cartridges in the first year. We don't need to divide, and conquer here. Like we can just target this one platform and say, if you want to play Konami games, or I guess maybe Square is a better example, because I think Konami was a little more cross-platform at the time. But if you want to play Square RPGs, there's only one place you're going to do that. And so you just had to accept that you needed an SNES, right? And that gave them much greater flexibility to use every bit of the animal. So they got to use the sampling audio, the wavetable audio. They got to use the translucency. They got to use the multi-layer capabilities that weren't available on a number of their platforms. And because of that, those games have, what I would say is almost an unfair advantage over like the Amiga, because I think that this is just off the top of my head, but I think that in 1991, if you were targeting the AGA Amigas, you probably could have produced something on par with an SNES game, and in some cases better. The problem is that in order to do that, you would need to commit fully to that platform, and you weren't going to make the kind of money that you would make by committing to the SNES. And at that point, it was no longer a foregone conclusion that doing that was going to kill your sales volume in Europe. And so I think even for the European developers, your Psygnosis and whatnot, your Ocean, I think that they started to see which way the wind was blowing and really started to jump ship. And so it's always been kind of weird to me that games continue to come out for the Amiga as late as they did. But I feel like the cutoff, for the most part, was somewhere around like 94. And I feel like that's about when, just like from a vibes perspective, I feel like that's about when you could really start to expect a given European gamer to have a game console rather than a computer. And so, practically speaking, thank you, Scott. I am actually doing pretty good right now. I appreciate that. I'm healing up quickly. So practically speaking, theoretically speaking, the Amiga was capable of tremendous things. But then practically speaking, well, I mean, did you see that Marble Madness we just played? I mean, did you hear it? That was sad. And I'm sorry, I don't think this is a matter of opinion. That didn't sound the way it was supposed to, and it didn't look the way it was supposed to. I'm going to fire up the Marble Madness arcade OST. It's just a whole different universe. Well, Zeracell, I think you're describing the Amiga CD32 there. Sorry, it wasn't, not the CD32. Or is that what I'm thinking of? Well, that was one of them anyway. Because, yeah, I mean, they basically did that, and it was a huge flop. And so that's I believe the arcade version of Marble Madness, right? So then you go like, well, not everything could replicate that. Yeah, well, let's pop over to the NES. Like, this sounds completely different than the arcade version, and it had to. There was no way they could replicate those FM sounds. But this is fine. You hear where that bass comes in? That's not even present in the original song. So this is a complete rearrangement, but it sounds great. And then when they just drop the bass entirely, and it just completely changes, like the, it just goes from like minor to major key, sort of. Right, so that's terrific. And then I want to say that I hate to just dunk on the Amiga here, but I'm pretty sure that basically everybody got this right. Here, let's see. This is the FM Towns version. Holy shit, what? Oh, right, it's CD audio. Holy shit. What are they even on here? Is this going to end up being the same song? Oh, no, you know what? I'm off by... This is the third level. This is the third level. They renamed them. Yeah, so this is an interesting decision. Yeah, so I think that's a bit heavy. I think that's a bit much. I'm not really on board with that particular version. What about the Sega version? Okay, now see, this is cheating because the Sega just had FM. Yeah, see, I don't really love this version. I think it's a little abrasive, but it's still got it. Yeah, this is good enough. Oh, there's two Sega versions. No kidding. Yeah, this is the Genesis one. Let me look up Mega Drive. Here, let's try this one. Whoa! What were they thinking? Oh. Hang on, I think I'm discovering something here. Holy shit. Okay, so something really comes together here. Sorry, let me just turn that down a little bit. It probably does use the GEMS engine. That'd be my guess. So you want to, if I'm reading this correctly, here's what's going on. The version released here was, the version we're listening to right now was developed by Tengen, aka Atari. So this is probably literally the original code, because they could just lift it out of the arcade version, adjust it a little bit for the YM chip, and go, right? The version that got released here for the Genesis was developed by Electronic Arts, who also developed the Amiga version. So this is all coming together, right? The actual problem here is that Electronic Arts didn't know what they were doing or didn't care, and did not do a competent job of porting this to the Amiga. And this is absolutely the point that I'm making here, right? That was the Amiga capable of doing a perfect, like, arcade accurate port of this game? Positively, yeah. They could have simply sampled those effects and put them into the sample banks, and yeah, done. The problem is that for whatever reason, EA chose to do a bad job, or just fucked up and did a bad job. And so this is just a case of a bad port from an apathetic third party, I would guess, or EA took on a job thinking they could do it and then found out they couldn't, and these things happen. So, and obviously we're not going to get ourselves twisted up in any stupid ideas about, console superiority here. This absolutely happened. Sorry, I think I'm still dealing with some scratchiness in my throat from being intubated for anesthesia 3 days later. I think this happened the last time too. And the thing that sucks is if I could cough, I could probably make it feel better. But coughing is a very bad idea right now. It hurts so bad to cough. Most things do not hurt right now, but holy hell, coughing hurts. But anyway, yeah, so anybody could do a bad port to any platform. But I will say that it seems... My feeling is that EA would have done a better job porting that game to a console, because they wouldn't have been met with like, okay, here you go, the world's your oyster. It wouldn't just be like, here's the computer, do whatever you want. It would be, here's a pile of pre-made options, choose something that looks good, and then, they could choose whatever. Well, it's like a couple people made quips about it sounding like General MIDI at certain points earlier. Well, okay, so as far as that goes, the thing about General MIDI is that it sets a minimum cap on how bad something is going to sound. Like, certainly you can make bad sounding General MIDI, but you're not going to end up with samples that are terrible unless your sound card is terrible, right? So I think that I think that working on a platform like the Genesis, where you've got stuff like GEMS that gives you a out of the box set of basic tools to work with, they may have ended up with a better. Actually, no. Now that I think of it, because they did port the game to the Genesis and they did a shit job of it. I just realized we literally just looked at that. So never fucking mind. EA's reputation has been a mess over the years. They've fucking EA. Right, GT630, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that if you make a General MIDI soundtrack, there is a absolute minimum level of quality you're going to get no matter what you plug it into it. Whether it's Sound Blaster 16 doing GM to FM conversion, whether it's an SC88, whether it's a Gravis ultrasound with a wavetable loaded, whatever it is, a guitar sound is going to have like a attack and decay that's fairly reasonable. But what they did with the sample attack and decay on that Marble Madness port for the Amiga was shit. And I think it's just because they didn't know what the hell they were doing. Why is this not proceeding? This should because I need to swap the mouse and joystick. That's why. I need to find a shortcut for doing that. Game port. There we go. I have no idea what game I just loaded up. Oh, Challenge Golf. Yeah, you're absolutely right. That like they could have done a better job with the tools they had. I'm just saying that I holy crap. I mean, to wit. Oh yeah, sorry. The Amiga version of that game was the sound is just horrible. Now this is interesting because you know what this sounds like? This sounds like a Super Nintendo game. Though it does not appear to be. God, that sounds pretty good. Ooh, I love this little screen here. Yeah, so what are we doing? Oh, okay, we've got 4 players named Enjoy Presents Challenge Golf. Is Enjoy is that who cracked it? Or is that the company that developed it? Well, anyway. I don't know why so many golf games, like computer golf games, default to multiple players. Like, come on. Let's be real here. Wasted Dreams. No. Yeah, I would think that's probably the cracker, right? Huh. 1999. So is that, forgive me, is that real or is that homebrew? You know what I mean? It looks like it's quote unquote real. Wow. Oh, what is this? Polish? Am I reading those names right? Huh. ECS or AGA chipset. Huh. That's interesting. Croatia. Oh, okay. Yeah, that does make sense. I'm not being salty about this, but I was on Dino's stream like a week ago, and he was playing golf games, and every 20 seconds someone said you have selected Power Drive, and I was like, you know, on the one hand, that could be irritating. On the other hand, nah, the joke holds up. That one bears repeating. It's one of the funniest fucking jokes in the video game pantheon, and it's so appropriate for golf games in particular because you do in fact end up selecting Power Drive. All right, let's see. Can we? Yeah, let's make like a corporation that's firing everybody and right size this. All right, what are we doing? Soda Grande, let's go. Yes! Holy shit, yeah, hit me with that voxel nonsense. I'm loving it fully. That looks great. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Okay, why did that work? All right. Well, this looks terrific. How do we swing? Wow. Like that. Hey, okay. 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 Oh, I love that. Hey, I've never seen one of these games do that before. Giving you the bird's eye view so you can get a real sense of where it went. That's actually really cool. All right, so we're going 195 yards with a 3-wood. I think this is probably too much juice, but 195 yards, 3-wood. Oh, that's a 3-wood, not a driver. Okay, so it did club down, but I think we overshot. Oh, yeah, we overshot. Okay, but we didn't go in the hazard, so we'll take it. We'll take it. Okay, and yeah, all right, club down automatically, so 80 yards with a pitching wedge. It's like a 3/4. I hit it perfect, but I think that was too much juice for this goose. Oh, I think we're off to Gween. I think Christmas is canceled. Yeah, no. I gotta dial in the clubs is the thing. Oh, that's interesting. That's like a 3D arrow there. Interesting. All right, so we're doing a sand wedge. We're gonna be actually real gentle this time. Oh, that was too gentle. Oh, we aren't even on the green. Get on the fairway. Is this game actually from? No, this is from 1991 according to the floppy disk file name. I don't think it's from 86. It was possible in 86, but all right, we're sand wedging. Let's go for about a half power. See what that gets us. So we're trying to go 25 yards, and the sand wedge looks like it sent us about the right distance. That's around 12 yards. Oh man, I'd like a sandwich. Okay. You know what? There is no music, so you're correct that I should absolutely have the Neo Turf Masters OST rocking. Let's go. Okay, now we're set. All right, so I think this is showing us the lie. Yeah, I think so. Oh, very precise putting simulation, though. Thank you, Big Mats. I appreciate it. The VTuber is important for my sanity. Oh my gosh. There we go. Hole. That was 4 above par. Kissed it. Kissed it again. Kissed it. This shit's real good. No, I like this. I played a lot of golf games. This is immediately one of my favorites. What is it doing exactly? Because I don't have a mouse cursor right now. Sir? Oh, okay. So, okay, let's take in a few things here. First off, I do like that it gives us a name for the wind level, strong breeze. It also gives us a live meter, which is did you notice that I just went from 3 pips to 2, and then down to none? So actually this update's live. That's cool. And it gives us the direction here. So I like how dynamic this is. I really like the wood background here. That's terrific. I really like the course map down here. The mini map is extremely helpful. I wish it had a projection line, but what can you do? Oh, I did have my mic moved a little bit. Yeah, sorry. Is that the music should be ducking better now? I had accidentally moved my mic a little bit. Or do I just need to turn it down a little bit? I'm not used to playing music all the time. Waiting for user feedback before proceeding. Okay, terrific. Sorry about that. I really wish that the minimap had a little projection line on here, but what can you do? On the other hand, there is a view button here. Okay, good. And that gets us... You can get this whenever you want. That's awesome. And then, can we literally just load and save our game here? I wonder if it wants a user disk. Sir? Can I have my mouse back? CPU 0%. Oh, the power light is blinking. Oh! Okay, terrific. You know what? Is the JIT recompiler on? Because I keep getting this shit when that's turned on. Nope. Okay, that one was just random. That's fine. This is all part of golf. Sorry, we got to pause this because we're not golfing. Ha ha. That's right. There is music in the game. I forgot about that. It's just not during the game because this is European. So we have to do sound effects or music. I'm really curious why it crashed. I wonder if that's just because the source disk is read-only, but we won't try that again. All right. One player. I have selected Power Drive. Challenge Golf is the name, and it appears to be from 1991. All right. Let's go right back in it. All right, terrific. I suspect this is literally a loading bar. I suspect this is actually getting the data into memory. Because it seems to chill here for a while. Like I can't skip this. All right, we back in it. All right, driver, 390 yards. Yep, that's going to be the full Monty. Ooh, we going in the sand trap? Nope. It's interesting that it doesn't give you any kind of facing, any kind of direction on the mini-map. I'm just going to give it the full juice. I will say that this is pretty forgiving on the swinging interface. It feels a bit too generous. I should not have given that the full octane. I keep hopping over the bunkers. In this case, let's go for about a halfer. Oh, well, it's called the sand wedge because you use it to hit your ball into the sand. This will require full beans to escape. 50 yards? Yeah, okay, I think I'm... With the sand in the picture, I'm just going to go ahead and hammer it. That was too much. That was too much. Son of a bitch. I can't seem to get my my golf legs in this one, but it's okay. I'm having a good time. Why does it say R? I guess that's replay. All right, let's turn to the left a little bit. Give it... Oops, that's too much juice. Hooked it, too. That wasn't too much juice. I'm having a really hard time dialing this in. Oh, yes, sorry. Oh, you know, I should probably change the now playing at some point. Bing bong. You know, I actually screwed that up. I did not intend to click, so I was hoping it would abort, but it... Oh my god, I hit the flagstick. Okay, the number of times I've done that in a golf game is like twice. All right, on to Queen. Okay, so we've got a bit of a drift that way, so I guess let's give it a little bit of juice. Okay, if I'd given it just a little bit more juice, we would have gone in. Oh, wow. Hole. Well, at least we made it here. I didn't pay attention, but I think that probably was the same like par 8 or a 8 on a 8 stroke 8 on a par 4. There we go. Ugh. Sometimes it auto advances on that screen, sometimes it doesn't. So, okay, if we try to hit this over the trees, it's going to hit the trees. Let's take a look. Oh, yeah, that's way too far out, so we definitely can't. We can't hammer it as much as I want to. Now, wait, so can I not rotate my view, I guess? I guess I can't. And I also guess we're just going to do it this way. Ooh, that's a really bad lie. It's like a, 9 Inch Nails voice, terrible lie. Shit. That's so bad. I couldn't have, I just really could not have screwed this up more. There's no way out of this other than to just hammer it. Holy shit. Oh my god. Okay, I have to admit, I've never had a golf game just put me in the doghouse like that. That is... I have been punished for my hubris. Oh my god, I am being bullied at this time. So it selected the pitching wedge, and I'm going to pick that. I'm just going to fire it. It makes you wonder how much internal detail there is to this world that we're not seeing. You know what I mean? Now, I'm going to say that technically speaking, it's actually possible to make par from here. So, I put it in several trees, let me tell you. Oh boy, I'm really having a hard time dialing in the individual clubs. So, man, what does an 8-iron even get me? There is some gusty wind, isn't there? Let's put a little bit of English on it, and then we're just going to go ahead and fire this one and see what that does. That's too much juice. Yeah, that's too much juice. See, like, the perspective gets a little distorted out there, but I don't think that's on the Queen. Oh? No. But it's not in the bunkie, so... Oh, it is, actually. Just barely. Let's give this about a half. I meant to say a third, and that's what I actually did. Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, so having learned our lesson previously, let's curve it over this way and then give it about a half. No, that wasn't enough. I'm kind of surprised by that, Jim. Oh, Jesus. This game is pleasant, but it can be kind of hard to read, I gotta say. I have always intended to make a terrible lie joke during a golf game. Finally nailed it. Oh, come on! All right, this is where the leather really starts to come off the baseball, because it's just really tough to tell whether you're gonna, you know, like there's just not enough pixel precision to tell whether you're gonna hit the hole or not. You know? Oh, come on! Yeah. What is this lunar golf bullshit? Like that wasn't my fault. Hole. Yeah. Man. I would say my opinions are mixed, but actually they're not really. This one's not great. It looks fantastic, but like when the rubber meets the road, when the ball meets the club, It's just got some problems. And I'm going to say the driver doesn't really have the physics that I expect from a driver. Who the fuck designed this course? Who does that? Also, I don't think I could tell that the fairway was that far off to the east. That's true. There's probably a head like a hole angle in there somewhere. 90 yards on a pitching wedge? I don't know. Let's just try half. Yeah, no, that's right in the bunkie. Oh, we didn't even make it to the fucking bunkie. Amiga game with amazing graphics but terrible gameplay? Never. That's made up. Okay, on to Queen. All right. Okay, so since we've got such an aggressive curve, happens to a lot of men, it's nothing to be embarrassed about. Okay, finally, a fucking par hole. I mean, we're on the third hole, like I shouldn't be complaining too much at this point. Oh, shit. I made a boo-boo. Gwen Stefani is pretty funny. That's pretty funny. What are we doing? Like, I don't know why it won't... like, sometimes it just won't advance past the screen, and I'm not sure why. Okay. Okay, so it's a 235 yards. But if we drive towards those trees, it's the end of the line. Like, I'll be over. So, okay, actually, the overhead map shows that there's trees like right here. Yeah. Wait a minute. This doesn't match up with reality. What? What? I am really becoming unenamored with this title. It's actually sufficiently rough that I'm going to look for a different golf game for the Amiga. Because trust me, there's plenty. Because yeah, I feel like I'm getting taken to the cleaners here for no fault of my own. I'm a better virtual golfer than this. We are going to play. Hang on, let me expand this because I can't quite make out the details on the file name. I need to know I'm not loading like the bad cracked version. There we are. Okay. Reset. Are the Access software... I don't know. The Access software golf games on here. I see Ocean. I see Accolade. I see Summit. Yes. Links the Challenge of Golf. Access US Gold. 1992. There's at least one. So, leaderboard? Okay. Is that in here? Well, I don't know if there's another part to the name, but I don't see one called that. Unfortunately. There is Zany. Holy shit. That is a really messy title screen. Like I get that he's whiffing the club through some sand, but at the same time, like, Anyway. Oh wow, 1986. Okay, this is early as hell. And yeah, this is Championship Golf: The Great Courses of the World, Volume 1, Pebble Beach by GameStar. Oh lord, this has the like early PC RGB or RPG font. You know what I mean? It looks like a fucking Pool of Radiance ass. Golf people do love shots like this. That's wait, hole, back, mid. What are we? What? Whoa. Oh, it's one of these situations. Wow. Okay. Oh, is this it? Oh, this is it. Okay. If I click, it's going to swing. No? Okay. Oh, what? F1, F2, F5, F6, or return to redraw. What? I think that is a default font in Deluxe Paint. I think you're right. Oh, okay. So the F keys change the size of the perspective window, and holy shit, that's not fast. Wow. Okay, F2 is the default state. Okay, I have. Oh, I see. If you look down here, when I right click, and yeah, that moves where my golfer is. Okay. So then I would have to click to read. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the Yeah? Yeah? Wait, you can just put him anywhere? Hang on. Hang on. So we can just. Yeah, I mean, it looks impressive. Oh, wait. So. Oh, I see. So F2 redraws it from the selected perspective. Return, however, places me back at the origin. Okay. 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 This is making a little more sense, but only a little. How do we swing though? I'm gonna try spacebar. Spacebar is not working. Do we click the ball? No. Do we? No. Lord. Oh boy. Boy, this is an early title. Wait. I pressed a few different keys, and one of them is triggering an event. Oh, okay. Somehow we stroking. Okay. 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 Gosh, I think I played this for the PC. Yeah, this does feel like a golf CAD app. That's true. Boy, after this one, I'm going to need a palate cleanser, let me tell you. Holy shit. Wow. That's how you adjust your club face angle. And this does. Yeah. Oh, boy. All right. Can I just hit it? Can I? Can I? Can I? But like, I realize I'm supposed to have read the manual here. Like, I get that, but at the same time, this seems unnecessary. Okay, I pressed enter. Okay, now we're here. Do we press enter again? Wow. Okay, they were definitely going for like. They were definitely going for a visually impressive application here. Yeah, I mean, the other game was definitely a lot more playable. So if I just hit enter a bunch of times, okay, I thought enter was just the redraw screen button, but it looks like it's actually it's actually the advance button. Okay, so do we hold enter and then release? How do we? Oh man, oh this is a tough situation. Yeah, this is definitely engineer core. I agree. Okay, no, this is not the experience I was looking for. Let's swing this pendulum completely the other direction. Yeah, the Amiga has a blitter chip, so it's capable of rapidly putting two-dimensional images on the screen, but doing the 3D requires actually calculating the perspective transform, and we're on a 68,000 here, which is on par with like a fucking 286, I want to say. So, yeah. Wow, cracked by Japan's best. Japanese piracy group is almost a contradiction in terms. It's kind of wild. Holy shit. Wow. I am immediately more excited. Yeah. Somebody not me call them. Wait, 81 country code? That is associated with Japan. That is a Japanese phone number. What do you suppose you got if you called that? Like, it was an answering machine, right? Or an answering service, surely. Press return now. Oh, that's the crack screen. Hilarious. All right. New round. Metal. Skins? Wait. Yeah? Skins? That's what we're... Okay. 3 ball. 4... What the fuck is any of this? I don't know what any of this is. Let's just do tournament. 1 player. Good enough. Wow. Oh, whoops. Was not paying attention. 18 holes. Okay. Are we just in it? Human. Right. Novice. Okay. Oh. Wait, I can go fuck myself? Oh my god, I gotta put in the course disc. Do I have that? Yes, I do. Okay, that should be this one. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Okay. There we go. Buckland Heath name. And then there we go. Okay, the Ridley Amateur Cup. I set myself a ridiculous handicap. I don't even know how golf handicap. I'm sorry. Am I playing against a guy named Greg Putt? Am I playing against a gentleman named Greg Putt? This is unfair. He's obviously born for this. Okay, we get another isometric map, but it's a lot quicker even on the same hardware. Okay. So, what do some of these buttons do? Are there seashells on my shoes? What are we... Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. All right. So I can change my stance. I'm not even in the game yet, right? Like, or is this... Oh, this is like setting my starting position. So I can set a higher tee. Club selection, right? I can change my shirt. Excellent. Pink, good. That's gay. I like that. We'll do yards and what? Okay, hang on a second. Let's look at this dialogue. They do establish a standard UI element that the right-facing arrow is the proceed. But in this case, they've decided to put it in an unused spot in the club selection menu. What? Oh, okay. Sure. And then I don't know what this is. Is that the wind? That's probably the wind. Let's go back to the menu. Okay, so I think we're ready to go. I'm sorry. Actually, let's just go back for a moment. Can we? Can we get back here? All right. I just want to just right here. I just want to put I just want to point out how because up here from here I just want there's something going on up here in this region here in the image of the stream this asshole. All right. Let's just rotate here. Okay. Now, is that rotating? Yes, it is. God, that redraws. Even though this is polygonal, it still redraws a lot faster. I don't think you can swing from the main screen. I think you've got to get here in order to press this button. But is this a... Okay, there's no way they licensed the trademarked name Steadicam. There's absolutely no way, right? Wait, so does this... Okay, so it just sort of gives us... Huh. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see that again. So if we click on this, like, it looks like a pair of binoculars, but it goes to Steadicam mode and then just sort of takes us halfway there. So I guess this just shows us, like, okay, if you hit it real hard, this is roughly where it's going to go. And then if we hit it again, wait, did that rotate just there? I don't exactly know what this is meant to illustrate, but whatever. Anyway. Wait, there's a camera button here. What is this? Oh. What are these fucking football strategies? Okay, so that... Fuck it. Let's just hit the ball. Wow, that's a really slick-looking meter system, and wow, this game looks terrific. This game looks really, really good. I hit the ball so bad, but the game looks fantastic. And that was not my fault. Or sorry, that was not the game's fault. Wait, is this a replay or did I just accidentally hit it? No, it's a replay. Oh, it's got the R in the upper left. Okay, cool. Yeah, you could just whack it. You can just send it. Okay, so I think I accidentally hit the replay button. All right. So where'd that put us? Oh, location, parking lot. Wait. Is it? What is it? What is it? Wait, is this another? But I thought I selected one player. Oh, right, but we did see Greg putt, who immediately. Well, I guess he if he's good at putting, maybe that's all he's good at. Yeah, he is finished. Holy shit. Dude just sent that thing into the drink. Wait. Wait, why does he get to hit it again? Okay. I guess he just gets to keep playing. I guess he's just allowed to just keep playing. Do I get to hit my ball? Okay, there we go. All right. So I guess the wind is going roughly southwest. Let's turn this way a little bit. And then what club are we on? We are on the 3-wood. That's probably appropriate. Let's go ahead and just hammer this one. Because that worked so well last time. LOL. LMAO. Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that should be doable. So this says, if I'm reading it right, that if I just hit that with the full juice, that it should land right on the goddamn flagstick. So let's see. Well, there's several things there that didn't go as they maybe could have, but looks like we're good to go. We are still golfing. I'm probably going to continue golfing until I stop streaming for the day. I feel like he hit it too hard, but let's see. Oh, he didn't hit it too hard, unfortunately. Okay. This game feels so much better than the first one, let me tell you. So that's our lie. Okay, that is not an interactive button. Green speed, slow. All right. Okay, let's swing it to the left a little bit. What club are we on? It actually says pitching wedge, 19 yards, and then that's not what I intended to do. Son of a bitch. Wait, how did I fuck that up? I meant to hit the fucking bag. Wait a minute. So when I exit here, oh, that's what's going on. When I exit here, it puts the mouse cursor over the advance button. Oh, okay, that sucks. Anyway, expected 98 yards. So is that okay? Yeah. So that's the maximum. So this is what I was missing in the other game. The first game we played was like, how far is this meant to go if you just slam it? Neo Turf Masters soundtrack is good, but it was a bit much. So I'm going to look up other golf game OSTs. What about Everybody's Golf? Yeah, okay. That's a little gentler, in my opinion. Anyway. So now that I know that it's theoretically 100 yards, in order to make it 16 yards, I need to send this. I need to send this like about a 1/3. Oops. Oops. Wow, I really screwed that up. Holy crap! I didn't realize that was the putting interface. Wow, what am I not getting about this? I'm not getting something. What the hell? Pebble Beach Golf Links OST. Okay, that's fine. That's Greg Putt not living up to his namesake. Okay, the putting interface is kind of weird because, like, I hit it. I tapped it sooner than that. That was my turn, right? Not his? Yeah, hang on. You can't hit it in the... Okay, you can't hit it in that first third. I see. Okay, that's confusing, but all right. Oh my god. Jesus. Okay, yeah, this OST is also a bit much. It seemed better at first, but these are all too intense. Oh, all right. All right, we'll see where this goes. Anyway, moving on. Yeah, okay. Also, somebody said that probably whoever is furthest from the hole plays at any given moment. And yeah, I think that is true. Because it just let me go and go and go until I was neck and neck with him. This kind of does sound like a Daytona song. All right, so 420 yards. That's hilarious. And we're just going to go ahead and hammer it. All right. Okay, not bad. And if I'm right, then it's going to let me go next. And I need to make sure that I just absolutely fucking destroy it. So it's 180 yards. So let's take a look at our club situation. Interesting. So the club it's auto-selected suggests that it could really only go 175. So it feels like we'd be better off with a slightly stiffer club here. So let's try this guy. And whoops. We're just going to go ahead again and just hammer it. Because if we screw this one up, we're going in the drink for sure. So let's see what this gets us. Okay. Well, that's just basically dialed in exactly where it's supposed to be. So, you know, see, regarding what you said, the alternate universe Daytona USA game where you just drive the speed limit, I really feel like nobody has delivered the game that feels like actually driving a car normally. Like, there is an enjoyability to driving a nice car normally that I feel like nobody has ever actually exploited in a video game. And that's my feeling about it. All right, so it's a 21 yard. We're in the sand. This guy maxes out at 76 in theory. But it feels like down at the low end of the range, it just doesn't perform as linearly as you would expect. So let's... Yeah, see, I was right. I think down below this point here, I think that the meter starts here. And so this is the actual range, and if you hit it below here, it just doesn't go anywhere. Yeah, BMNG is like, that's the closest thing. Yeah, the long drive. That's true, too. All right. Well, we're finally in it to win it. And instead, we're going to lose it. Wait, is it not Greg's turn yet? Where's he? All right, let's turn to the left just a little bit. Oh, my God. Okay, fine. Okay, so he was much closer than I thought he was. Okay. Okay, this is getting better. This is a pretty good game. Like, this is far better than the first one we played. Let me tell you that. Holy shit. I just adore that I'm playing against a guy named Greg Putt. I really love that, like, it's obviously not, it's not, like, calculating a reasonable trajectory. It's just like, okay, this is, you know, as the crow flies. So it's just like, all right, here's your first shot, straight into the fucking drink. All right. It does suck that you've got to just do this one. It's got to, it's need to, yeah, I mean, as far as I can tell, you've got to rotate from this view. I didn't see a way to do it from the isometric view. Which seems kind of bonkers, right? But okay, this could work. You know what? Even this music is too much. I'm going to fix this. I'm fixing this. Please hold. All right, there we go. I should have just gone with my gut the first time around, frankly. Not only am I a proto-gen, I'm a completely unique one. No, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think I can adjust the angle from here. I don't, like, I'm trying the arrow keys. That doesn't work. And none of these buttons seem to let me do it. Yeah, this is the Tetris CDI soundtrack, which is absolutely untouchable. Just top tier. Yeah, I'm just gonna take that. Don't hit the tree, please. Okay, we're good. Ooh, too much juice. Oh, not too much. Oh, you know what? That's a good idea. Maybe I should try clicking the map. Next hole, we'll try that. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine, though, if it had happened? Can you picture? The crowd would have gone wild. No! Whew. You see, this is a good golf game because you can see I'm dialing it in, right? See, this bastard can change it on this screen, so maybe I can too. Oh, hit the trees, hit the trees, hit the trees. Okay. Well, he did get winded, I think, so. All right, so. Oh, would you look at that? Holy shit. Wait, and you can pick your desired distance, too. Will it just auto-club? It doesn't seem to. Well, maybe it'll do that once I, Yeah. If we're really brave, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, see, that's why it's going to work, is because we send it, is how we do it. We just send it. There is wind, and I didn't bother checking it. Man, I just hammered that. I put that ball right where I wanted it to be. Tee it high and let it fly. It's just Tim Rogers bullshit. I'm here for it, but still. Yeah, just it turns out the correct solution is just full send. Always has been in golf. If you know this, don't hit the tree. Thank you. He followed instructions. It wasn't a Tetris clone, right? Because it was licensed, wasn't it? Or was it? You're not wrong, though. Like, the music should not be this good. Oh, for a second I thought I was accidentally... I thought I was just accidentally going. I didn't realize it was Greg Putt. Genuine Tetris. Oops, I did not mean to do that. Oh, yeah. Well, he is named Greg Putt. Okay, all right. Let's try and actually, let's not fuck this up this time. Let's go for a strong putt. Oh, that was too much putt. That's fair, Jess. I'll allow that. Oh, we're getting rimmed again. Sorry. Oh, now come on. Yeah. Greg putt when John Drive approaches. Fuck. That's such a dumb thing to say, but thank you for saying it. Oh. In the bunkie. Okay, once again, we're in the situation. Oh, we're on 2-iron? No, I don't think so. We're going to want to go for the driver. Yeah. Yeah, okay. And the solution is we're just going to put it there. So, let's stop. Oops. Well, it won't be going where we intended it to go now. Yeah, well, so that's a different hole. I don't stream as often as I used to. I used to try and do it, sort of weekly, but then I started getting health issues and just getting stressed and whatnot, and so I haven't been doing it for a while. I absolutely cannot do it on a schedule. So, yeah, no, this game's great. This it's not the best golf game I've ever played for sure, but like for this platform, it's certainly quite reasonable. I was talking shit on Greg earlier, but he's actually whipping my ass. Of course, his last name is Putt. I mean, what can I do about that? I don't know. I'm just having a really hard time dialing it in with the putter. Just having a really tough time getting a sense of how hard to hit that. Greg Proots. It's a proto-gen joke. Fucking sinuses, man. Like, personally, I wouldn't. You know? You know why he's winning? It's because he's a lefty. That's what's going on. Was that the hole? No, it was a different hole. He just hit it over like a completely different hole. Is there just like a mid-course hole? Strange business. Okay. All right. Yeah, I was thinking Jeremy Irons too. That's funny. That is a fun. That's really funny. Toast points. Okay, so it's 28. It's 28 yards too, and this is a 100-yard club. So yeah, okay, all right. I think I've got the math dialed in at this point. Okay, so he did just below the mark for a 21-footer. So we'll have to keep this in mind. We're doing a 6-footer. We're going to want to bring it to the left a tiny bit. Right? I think so. No. Oh my God, Eric. Thank you. Well, shit. I appreciate it. I don't even know how to call out a donation like that. It feels like I'm calling too much attention to it. I really appreciate it. I'm probably gonna spend that on an Amiga. I'm gonna be completely real. I'm probably gonna spend that on an Amiga. I have done almost no Atari ST stuff because the truth of the matter is that the ST, in a lot of ways, is like a worse Amiga. Like, I don't mean that as a criticism of the platform per se, although it is inferior objectively in a couple ways, but it also often got like worse versions of a number of things, and I find it, like, in practical terms, I find it a little more, I find it a little less reliable. I do own an ST, and I like the machine itself, but it's just, I don't know, a little finickier than the Amiga, and I just seem to have more problems with it, and it doesn't seem to have a lot of really, like, terrific exclusives. So I kind of, just do the Amiga if I'm going to. Especially because I have sort of a history of dunking on the Amiga, which, like, I have softened a bit in more recent years, but, like, I don't know. I think it makes for a better gag if I'm just always dunking on one platform. A really funny thing about me, in a funny and like a depressing way, is that I own a PC-88. It's at the office, and it's the V1 model. It's in really good condition, and I do need to do some nonsense to get it, like, workable. But I have the whole thing, and very little interest in using it because it's not a FR, I think. So it doesn't have it doesn't support any of the V2 software. Did I just fuck that up really bad? No, that was fine. Yeah, the Falcon is neat. I mean, at that point, you're basically just getting a crappy Macintosh 2, but, Yeah, that's the other thing. It's like, oh, yeah, I hope you've got $5,000, because there's like 12 of them. It's kind of funny how much harder it's gotten to own a Mac 2 also. Like, FX or no, just all of them are kind of... they've all just gotten a lot harder to find. No, we're going to club up to the driver and we're just going to send it is what's going to happen here. We're not going to do that thing you're proposing. Wait a minute. So why does it say... Oh, I see. So it's saying that's as far as it's going to go. Yeah, no, fuck it. I don't believe that. I think we're going to get more out of this. Oh. Oh. Wow, did I actually put it through the trees? Seems like it. Thank you, Wade. Right. Because it wasn't on the fairway, so I didn't get the benefit. Yeah. Okay, we're on the pitching wedge again. It's 33 yards. So again, we're going to want to go for about a halfer. Go in the fucking hole. All right, this needs more juice than it looks like it needs. Even more than that? Wait a minute. Am I supposed to be aiming for that little mark? Oh my god, it's not an absolute... it's a relative scale. That's what's going on. God, this looks like the same fucking hole. I actually kind of wanted to slice that a little bit, so... but I don't think... Oh, did we make it? We made it to the green. Or to the... Fairway. Yeah, this is the music from Tetris CDI. I'm going to get popped for so many content IDs on this stream, but I don't give a shit. Yeah, Matt, honestly, you could do worse than the Amiga, I'll tell you that much. I don't know, there's some really good DOS golf games, though. About contemporary with this. Did not mean to do that. Holy shit. Wait. What? But no, I didn't click that. Right? Did it move my mouse? I swear to God, I saw it over the fucking... Alright, whatever. Okay. Let's try this again. God, these sinuses are kicking my ass. My head hurts so bad. Oh my God, dude, did you really just do that? Why would you use a 7-iron for that? Oh my God, this might not be content ID'd. That'd be nuts. All the old computers I've ever bought, I just get them on eBay, or for Japanese stuff, I get them on Buy. But yeah, I just pretty much buy them off the retail market unless something pops up on Craigslist or Facebook. For kicks, I'm gonna go to... I hate Facebook Marketplace, but unfortunately it's where the meta has changed. That's what you gotta do now. So let's just look up Amiga. Let's see, does anybody have one? Ooh, this is not looking encouraging. Oh. Yep, nope. Now, if I specify Amiga 500 and then say, will ship to me. Nope, nothing. Now let's check Craigslist. Amiga. Oh, wait, where's this? Wow. There's actually somebody selling a recased Amiga 1200. It's been recapped for $1,200. There it is. That's hilarious. That's the way that goes. And then everything else is just people looking to buy. Hilarious. Sorry for the flickering. I accidentally resized the window. So the PAL versus NTSC doesn't really matter because, from what I understand, they all will switch frequency if you want. So. All right, this is a real gentle one, so we're going to want to go about that far. Delightful. We take that. Yeah, so that's what it is. I'm actually supposed to be hitting that mark on the putting interface. That's why I'm getting screwed. So if I hit that, yep, that's what it is. God damn it. Well, all right. At least I know how it works now, and we're making good progress in this Jolf game. The detail on the terrain is terrific too. Like, really, just gorgeous graphics in this game. Yeah, we're gonna do the same thing. Actually, we're just gonna driver. Oops. Oh, shit. Oh, okay. It really looked like it was going to hit that tree. In the water. In the drink. Well, maybe that's not such a bad thing, really. Because let's just go for it and see what it does. I'm suddenly realizing that I think that there is I think there's a shot guide on the swing meter that I have not been noticing. Oh, you're going to hit the tree again? Because that'd be really funny. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. Wow. Nice one, Greg. Yeah, so you notice how the dots stop short? But then it says it's only a 26 yard. No, that can't be right. Because you want it more in the middle, not near the end. Yeah, definitely. So never mind that. Just turn to the left a little bit, and then... Oh, so the power was right, I think. Hole 10. Boy, we're only about halfway through this golf course. This is pretty good, but I'd like to get a couple more golf games in before we're done. So, this is called Greens, the Ultimate 3D Golf Simulation by Microprose, and I'm going to go ahead and say that I think that is a pretty damn good golf simulation. Let's try another one. Go ahead and pause Tetris. God damn it. I don't know how I keep doing this, but I keep accidentally resizing the fucking window. Cracked by the very best. Cortex. Click mouse. Yeah? Okay, that's quite a sound you got there. Very good sound. Loving that sound. I'm unable to play Colf at this time because my readily available Linux system for that purpose is not readily available. So. That's the sound of the floppy drive rapidly seeking through tracks. I don't know why it's doing that. Holy shit. What in the fuck? Okay, that's amazing. Why does it sound like that? I don't know. I don't have a cat jam button. Hang on. Oh, right. I think I loaded this game up the other day while I was doing something else. I can't remember. I don't think my other emulator could load it. So I actually excited about this possibility. This has been cracked. So all we do is do that. And you're supposed to look in the book, and it tells you you're supposed to look for a course that looks like that, and then you enter the number for it. But okay, source visibility, jam, C main, source cat jam. There we go. Sufficiently jammed. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. There it is. Mouse. Gremlin. Okay. So we're going to do, let's do practice. Oh, I love this interface here. This is how you select your player details, and you click that for computer and that for human. Just an adorable little wait. There's a nothing option. Oh, I guess that's for don't have a player there. Anyway, let's just start the damn game. Please select 3 clubs to leave behind. This is in fact how it works. We'll lose the 5. We'll lose the 1. We'll lose the fucking 6 iron. I don't know. Hardly use anything in between. Press space. Okay, so this is in between the first one and the one we just played. So that's cool. And I believe we just hit that. Okay. And that's going to be nothing. Yeah. Let's try that again. I didn't hold the button for long enough. I don't know what caddy is thinking means. I mean, the Amiga isn't loading from tape, but it's still loading from floppy. And so it's still loading chunks. And if you want to, you can show those chunks. There's no real reason to, but you could. Oh, okay. Huh, I expected that to hit a lot harder. These games are all the pixel aspect ratio on the Amiga is weird. All right. So do I need to land in between those marks? Is that what's up? Oh yeah. Okay, that's definitely it. So I'm aiming for the top red mark. That's the full power. You've selected power drive. This tree is really inconvenient. Wow, the caddy is just baffled. Okay. All right, so... Well, okay. I don't like this game as much as the last one. Caddy is thinking. I don't know why. What is that? I don't know what that's getting me. This is a much trickier shot interface than the last game. It does need Tetris music. I immediately like this less than the last one. These trees are pretty bad. Like, they're gnarly in a literal sense. Yeah, no, I'm gonna bail on this one already. This is not great. Greg Norman's Shark Attack Ultimate Golf. I don't think that it is ultimate. Okay, so I gotta pause Tetris again in case this game has banger music. Also, the next game we're gonna play is International Golf 1994. So this is quite late. Greg Norman's Shark Attack. Huh. It's quite biting. Quite a biting remark. It's weird. It feels like this emulator sometimes does turbo floppy and other times doesn't. So some games just seem to load a lot quicker. Wah! The digitized photograph does not look great. What do we have for options? TV/monitor. I wonder... I wonder what that does. It might just be changing the progressive versus interlaced. But no, well, then the resolution would have changed. Doesn't matter. Anyway, practice. One player. Ass. Riviera. Fast green. Oh, I've been sitting for too long. My ass is starting to hurt. I'm going to have to stop streaming after this one. Okay, I guess I do have disc 2. All right. Doom SFX? No, I do not. I'm afraid. I don't remember how I had that hooked up. I had some bot for that a long time ago. God, how did I do that? Man, I don't have the slightest memory of how any of that worked. Oh, boy, this one's taking a minute. Oh, once again, it has printed the words asshole on the screen. And I guess the game cannot be blamed for this. However, is this rendering wrong? I think this is rendering wrong. Yeah. Yeah, the whole play area is just missing. Oops. Wow, this one looks like it would look great if it worked. Huh. I wonder if that's because I picked monitor. Okay, well, you know what? This one is not working, and also, man, my ass hurts from sitting for too long. So, I'm going to take off. I'm probably going to do another stream in the near future. Hell, I might do it tomorrow. I don't know. Because I don't really have a whole lot else going on right now. And this was a good time for me. I hope it was a good time for you. Yeah, I don't know. It's been weird. It's been weird lately for obvious reasons. I'm recovering at a pretty good pace. I would say that every day I hurt less than I did the day before. And certainly like I've been almost unbothered by my belly this whole time. So, having some gastrointestinal issues, but I think that might be normal. And other than that, yeah, getting by. So hopefully in a few days I won't be stuck at, sort of stuck at home as much. And I'll be able to enrich myself a little bit more. But till then, yeah, I'll probably do some more streams, I think. Just do crap like this. So thank you all for coming. This was a good time. I hope you all have a good night.